Oh god, oh no. Ladies, gentlemen, guys, gals, nine-binary pals, welcome to the Cobblemon World Cup. We're going to be streaming live the action of an incredible Cobblemon tournament, the first of its kind, the premier Cobblemon tournament. And I'm joined in the booth by Slippy and Navarro. Navarro, could you introduce yourself to the chat?
Hello, everybody. I'm one of the main event organizers for the Cobblemon World Cup, and I'm very excited to premiere this tournament to everybody here. We're going to have some exciting battles, and we hope you guys all enjoy.
And Slippy.
And yep, I'm Slippy. I'm the content content director for Cobblemon, and I helped put together this event with on the building side and the visual side, and I'm very excited to get started.
Heck yeah. Oh yeah. It is time. We are still maybe working out the kinks, but I think we're ready for the first battle here. We have pulled this together, a lot of different things all at once, and you guys are going to get to see this entire world map today. We'll do some visiting of different things. Maybe we can get some sunlight on this action. Actually, it would be nice, but I think we're ready to kick off the very first battle of the CWC. Nova, is there anything else that we need to cover before we get into this? Obviously, there's a lot of format talk that we're going to go into, but there will be plenty of time for that, I believe, as well.
Yes, just to introduce you guys to the teams that we are going to be opening up our tournament. We will be seeing Jornadas Cobblemon face off against Dystoria. Let me start getting everybody organized. I'm going to ask in the chat real quick to make sure the teams are ready, but we will be moving over to the arena that all the battles are taking place at.
Beautiful. All right, so as we dive into this tournament, you will see 32 different communities, all from the Cobblemon worlds, the servers that exist that serve the Cobblemon community. You'll see 32 teams face off in a massive tournament, a massive World Cup style tournament where we'll have group battles where, oh, it looks like we're already transported to another arena. This is the grass arena, and we will be doing our first battle here. And you can see on screen, the top left is Cobblemon Dystoria, and the top right is Jornadas. And we will be...
So what we will be doing here, folks, is this tournament is going to be consisting of both singles and doubles VGC. And in order to determine the order in which matches will begin, we will be doing a coin flip to determine whether the first match is going to be singles or doubles. And then for any matches that follow in the best of three, it's going to be chosen by the loser. So let's say Team 1 loses against Team 2 in the first match. That means that Team 1 will get to pick the following format. And that continues until the best of three is over. And to our left, Vert, could you introduce our lovely referee?
Oh, yes. Very familiar with this guy. Big fan. However, never seen him in this outfit. This is our referee, Goldango, and he will be helping us to decide what will be the first format of any sort of these battles, whether or not it's going to be singles OU or doubles VGC. And would you like to press it so I can watch? Would somebody else like to initiate the process here?
Absolutely. All right, folks, let's get ready. We are going to see which format gets chosen for the very first battle. 3, 2, 1. Heads singles, tails doubles. And it is going to be doubles.
Beautiful. We will be starting with doubles VGC, and we'll talk more about this. But that's an NPC. I'll take over, Navarro.
I believe Navarro is getting set up. While he's getting set up, take a look at the stands. Look how many people are here. And look behind all the stands, all the NPCs cheering on in the background.
We're going to have to free cam up there. Look at that. These are Cobblemon NPCs. You guys are going to see a lot of different things over the course of this tournament, I think, and this is definitely one of the most exciting things. A lot of work is being done, and you're going to get an early look at it today. Oh, Joey is upset. Look at this guy. Oh, the nerves. The nerves. I get it, Joey. I get it. I just realized I don't have a Zoom key today, which is an interesting choice, but oh well. What were you going to say, Slippy?
You don't see it right now, but in the chat, everyone's giving out their loudest battle cry.
Oh, are they?
Yep, right now, the Dystoria and Jornadas teams are selecting their battler to represent them. It looks like Jornadas has chosen Uriquars, and Dystoria has chosen IZXX. Right now, they are in the team preview screen, and as soon as these players both select their four Pokemon, okay, let me just mention we are going to be getting the Poke Paste from both of them, as this is an open team sheet format.
And don't mind the drift blim going by out the window. Just don't mind it. I mean, mind it if you prefer. And we will be getting underway very soon.
NPC.
That's also an NPC, like Slippy said, yeah. There's some magic at work. Do we want a closer look?
So I guess we should explain how many battlers there are per team. So there are a total of 6 battlers per team. They only bring in 3 per match. 2 of which, an extra 2 for subs, in case players can't meet the time scheduled for the matches. But yeah. So they get to choose their 3 battlers every single match.
This is going to be very cool. And because it's VGC, I think you just said this, but we're still getting started, so I'll say it one more time. This will be a best of 3 battle. They will do proper VGC terms, and they will play best of 3 here in the VGC style, in the format of VGC, that is.
And whoever loses this match gets to choose the format of the next match.
That will be a powerful thing. And there are tons of tiebreakers. Well, not tons of tiebreakers, but there are important tiebreakers to these matches. So they will be playing them to the end. You won't see any forfeits here. Oh, and you can just feel the tension boiling off of this this demonic friend.
The most intense stare down we got right now.
Indeed.
All right, both players now have access to each other's team sheets. This was distributed in the Discord that we have here. Right now, both players are locked in the team preview, so they're going to be taking a look at the matchups and then selecting based on that. So, if you guys do want to hear, I will post it in the YouTube stream. Give me 1 second to pull it up in case any of the viewers are interested in what both teams are bringing in. Let me copy paste the link.
Yeah, the custom player model is very nice. I wish I had nameplates on as well. These are things that there's going to be some interesting things to deal with today.
Well, from where you're standing on your right, you got, oh man, these names are going to be hard to pronounce. Uriquars from Jornadas, and on the left, you got IZXX from Dystoria.
All right. Uriquars and Zeddy. I'm going to call them Zeddy. Hopefully that works with their OC. And
hopefully that's fine with them, yeah.
Yeah. USA is the chant. Now,
there's over 250 battlers in this tournament alone.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, the tab screen, I had not touched that in a while, is large. It's too large, in fact.
There's last I checked, there's over 70 people on this server right now.
Which was provided
not expecting that much.
Yeah, which was provided to us by Bisect Hosting. You guys will see some different. Oh, I'm actually seeing that you're not seeing the overlay, but that's okay. We'll figure that out. You are seeing, however, this right. Wait for it. Wait for it. And we're back. After that short message from our friends over at Bisect. Now, You may have noticed that I had to make some alterations on there because there were some unsavory mod packs. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no sound on the ad, unfortunately, Taz. I don't know why that went away. It was working properly before this. We will figure out any bug. You know, you won't see many bug types today, so I figured I'd give them some representation with my streaming abilities. We'll take care of it.
As you can tell, this is kind of our first official Cobblemon stream, at least since the very beginnings of Cobblemon, when they were just kind of showing off the early development. So there's going to be some kinks here and there.
Yep.
But
there might be.
We will do our best.
Yeah, I actually think I've seen that one of the original videos was just like, I don't remember, like, it was like Eevee or something being tested send-outs and battles and stuff, like, actually 3 years ago.
Yep. And Hero talking about their plans, really, really far future plans for it as well.
Yep. And friends,
We're
we will be starting
to realize those plans.
We will be starting very soon. It's basically just a question of when these players are ready, and it seems like maybe we had somebody, we had a little glitch in the tournament system. There is a new mod being used on this server that will help run tournaments in the future. For this, it has to go.
We got Zeddy over here scouting his opponent.
Yuri, I have been informed by the team manager that Yuri has been he is just analyzing the team, so we are just waiting for him to make the next move. It looks like Zeddy has already locked in his leads. He's been ready, engaging in the chat, letting people know that he's ready to, pull off a big performance.
It seems like it.
Once Yuri picks his lead, we will be commencing the match.
It looks like Zeddy has already scouted Yuri's team, which consists of a Hitmontop, Amoonguss, Tyranitar, Talonflame, Dragapult, and Volcarona. So a very, very heavy-hitting team. Quite balanced with Amoonguss, Hitmontop, and Tyranitar in there as well to provide some tankiness to the team.
Oh, and here we are.
The match has started. So now all members are able to use the command tournament, spectate, and then any battler perspective they want to see. It is going to be TPing a little bit, but we have commenced the match. We see a lead by Yuri with both Dragapult and Talonflame, and for Izeti, we see a lead of Hitmontop and Komao. The Dragapult's ability did not get affected by the Intimidate, revealing that it is running clear body. Of course, the battlers do know this. They have access to the team sheets.
I expect this to go crazy very quickly. I do expect a big fake out of Hitmontop, and we're expecting Gale Wings and probably a very fast Dragapult here on this first turn. This is going to be heated very quickly.
Yes, so a lot of you guys might be unfamiliar with what meta we're going to be playing with. We are not using any official Pokemon metas. We are doing everything based off of base Cobblemon, which means only Pokemon that you can obtain in the base mod itself, as well as the moves, items, etc., are the only things that are legal in this format. We did have a slight exception in allowing hidden abilities for Pokemon, but aside from that, every team you see here is obtainable in the base game itself.
It's definitely an exciting shift. I think that only happened about a week ago as well, that hidden abilities became online for this. And we do see a swap on turn 1. Goldango comes in after the Intimidate on turn 1 from Hitmontop, a Protect from Komao, and which stops a Brave Bird, importantly, as Dragon Darts comes out and has to go into Goldango. This is an interesting start. Oh,
very nice shifts by Izeti, being able to protect his Komao from an offensive flying move and taking minimal damage thanks to the Goldango's resist of the Dragon Darts. So now, if I were Izeti, I would be concerned over my Komao, knowing that 2 super effective hits could be heading its way at any given moment. I don't know if I would swap here if Izeti has another plan in mind. We just got to wait and see.
Now, I don't believe Komao in Cobblemon learns Body Press, but it does have a very strong moveset otherwise. These are very meta Pokemon. Right off the bat, we're seeing that like with their learn sets, their natural learn sets without any TMs, they are very strong. We could see Substitute, we could see Nasty Plot from this Goldango. There are a few setup mons on the field, and we're not sure, what we're going to get yet. Obviously, this is round 1 of best of 3 for this VGC match, or battle of the match. Now, Nova, you gave a little bit of an intro earlier, but it was a little bit chaotic. Oh, never mind. We'll get back to that later as Dracovish comes in for Como O and eats a massive Dragon Darts.
It does, and this does not look good for Azzetti getting super effective hits off on both. He was able to knock out the Dragapult, but now that Dracovish and Goldango are in very dangerously low health. Most likely going to be going down to the next attack that comes out.
Indeed. The Flare Blitz did come out, and importantly, if that Talonflame was Gale Wings, it no longer has priority on any flying type moves. It did lose some health there. And there is no Tailwind, but we do see a Moongus hit the field, a strong support mon to sit next to that Talonflame.
Yes, definitely a mon that is going to be able to handle that Dracovish much better than most. Dracovish, infamous for its vicious Oran dealing massive damage. The Amoongus should be able to, take care of any of the hits it might send its way, hopefully not going down in a single hit.
Indeed. Now,
Dracovish notorious for it.
Novo, I have a question for you. We do have turn timers in this as well, right? Which is not currently in Cobblemon.
At the moment, the turn timers are not enabled. However, for the later versions of the tournament, we will be having the turn timers.
Gotcha.
Just simply for the first round, we were just trying to fix out a few bugs that popped up during testing. But it will be 90-second turn timers and a total match time of 30 minutes. Once that match time ends, it is going to go down to a draw between both teams, most likely.
Understood. When you say match timer, do you mean all of the matches, or is that a battle timer more so?
It's for the single battle that we'd be watching.
Just checking. Fantastic. Well, these players are thinking hard. Dracovish, unfortunately, is not going to... Oh.
I do want to quickly bring up, it looks like Yuri has encountered a battle bug. It says select the move, and it says something about shift response.
Shift response.
Let me see what we can do about this. 1 second, folks. 1 second. I apologize for the delay.
While we sort out any different bugs that may come up, we are using obviously a new mod here, and this has been an incredible effort from many, many people to pull this tournament together. So while there may be some unfortunate bugs, I promise you're not going to want to go very far. We're going to have some very interesting things to show you all, and this map, this world, which was built by the Cobblemon build team, is going to be available for download eventually. What was that?
And friends. Some server builders came in and helped us out as well.
Oh.
Okay. I have been informed by the Jornadas team that Yuri is currently bugged in battle. We are going to have to end this and restart most likely, which is unfortunate. Let me get in contact with both teams so we can see how we move forward.
It does happen.
While we do that, let's take a look at some of the other arenas that we're going to be battling in today. We have a total of 3 arenas plus a championship arena that we just came from.
I'm going to follow you, Slippy.
You see me flying?
Yep, I'm right behind you on the ground.
All right, let's get to the fire arena first.
Look at these banners. Look at these banners. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm distracted by all of this stuff. It's so nice. It's so cool. Look at this place. Are you kidding me? I probably should have stopped. I'll just go F1 for you guys. There we go.
Oh, we got Nick over here, one of our builders from the Cobbled Construction Company.
Can I get out of this spectator?
Seems like he's abandoned the match for a moment.
There we go. Now we're back. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, hello, Nick. Look at the
So this is the
vibes in
fire
this
arena.
place. Whew. We're gonna see it from the ground first, and then we'll get a look from above. Get a good look at everything. Those banners are correct me if I'm wrong, Slippy, but are those also the secret tech?
The banners outside the front?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are NPCs as well. You can
Those are
do a lot with
Cobblemon
NPCs.
NPCs. You heard it here. Oh my goodness. Who did this? Heroku, unleash the super weapon. It's time.
Yeah, and all of these NPCs on the map were done by Tyzillion. He's actually in the arena right now. So give it up for Ty. He did all of these NPCs in a week, which is crazy.
Yeah.
He also had artists helping him out, but he set them all up on the technical side of things.
Thank you, Ty. We appreciate you. Nice belt. Really nice Pokeballs there.
Yeah,
okay,
how does
wait.
he do that?
I don't know. Phrasing. But yes, how do you do that? How do you do that, Ty? How do you do this wizardry? Let's just for fun, let's take a look at this. Slippy? Tails. I'm calling Tails.
Heads.
Ooh, you're gonna have to... Oh, dang it.
I win.
So,
Yep.
we're gonna have to battle later.
It looks like
I think.
the teams agreed to a full restart, so they're going to start up the match real fast as soon as they relog.
Sounds good. It makes sense to me. I don't think there's any reason to... While there is some, obviously, some advantages to be had knowing somebody else's strategies and teams. One team revealed 4 Pokemon and the other only revealed 3. Still, I think this is a reasonable outcome. And look at all these people hanging out. I mean, obviously, some of them are NPCs, but there's so many people on this server. Okay.
And again, we have over, I think, 80 people now on the server coming in to watch this these matches take place, the very first few matches of the tournament. And this is like a month-long tournament.
Yeah, this is just day 1, gang. This is just day 1. There's going to be a ton of content coming out of this. And if you're not already in the Cobblemon Discord, join the Cobblemon Discord. There's a link in the description of this live stream. You can join there and you can keep up to date with anyone that's streaming from this tournament. It won't always be on the main channel of Cobblemon, but it will, I assume, always be available for you to watch if you want to keep up to date with the battles as the tournament progresses.
Indeed.
I hear a lot
Looks
of
like they're still relogging.
rioting in the stands.
Yep. Once Izeti returns, we will be able to restart the battle. And looks like Izeti has returned. Perfect.
All right, we're getting confirmation that they're ready to go.
Slippy, as this starts, somebody mentioned that chat can be turned off or something. Oh, there it is. Never mind. I found it. We're good.
All right. Yuri has let us know that he is ready. Now just waiting on confirmation from Zeddy.
Zeddy is ready.
Oh, no.
Just waiting for the confirmation. All right. They're both ready, so we will be commencing the next battle. Once again, the players are going to be, or the teams are voting for both of them to return to the match. And once that happens, they will be entered into the team preview screen. They are going to be doing a full-on reset, which means we are going to see a different lead. Maybe we see a different lead, maybe we see different moves being selected, but both teams did end up agreeing to this.
And on the left, we do have Cobblemon Dystoria, and on the right, oh no, I forgot the name, and I don't have it here. Cobblemon.
Jornadas Cobblemon.
Jornadas Cobblemon. Thank you.
And now we got their teammates on the benches supporting them from behind.
Yeah, this is cute. I like this. Double Whooper fans over there. Everybody's wearing their different, their jerseys as well, as you can see here. Every team, has their own jersey, and we are back. We're back, and we have a different lead out of Dystoria.
Yep, all spectators are now using the command / tournament spectate, and with one of the battlers in mind.
come over here. All right. Well, now we have a little bit of a different setup here. We have potentially 2 Pokemon with setup moves and potentially priority. I believe, I'm not sure if we actually saw Gale Wings definitely come through on the last battle. It could be a Flame Body Talonflame for all I know, but we could see Prankster Whimsicott here setting up Tailwind. It could be mutual Tailwinds here. And obviously, Tailwind is going to be very big for any Dracovish user, where you're going to want that speed boost in order to fully turn on Vicious Rend. So I would expect a Tailwind here, personally. And yes, there are team jerseys. The resource pack for this server is fantastic. Spectator battle music would go very hard as well, Wailord fan. I am reading the chat. As we get into it and as we have downtime, I'll react as best I can. I want to give space to my other broadcasters, and we will be having plenty of color commentary for you. But I'm here to fill the space, okay? And we will definitely...
Absolutely.
And we will definitely eventually have spectator battle music.
Yes, and later during the stream, we may post a teaser or show off a teaser. Is that right, Vert?
That is correct. Sadly, I'm very suspicious about the level of sound that will come through with it. So, we might have to take a break and like re-engage there, because unfortunately, I can't really edit that in while streaming, it seems. But as a refresher, since Darkness Eagle asked, the commentators are Vert, me, Slippy, the content lead, content director of Cobblemon, and Novo, who is going to take over maybe for this epic battle beginning.
Just making sure all the teams are organized in the background. I'm in talks with both the managers for Dystoria and Jornadas to make sure the whole battle runs smoothly. Well, apologies for the being quiet over here.
That's fine. I will take over. We did see that turn 1 Tailwind. We see a Brave Bird come out and put Whimsicott to 18%. But importantly, if it wasn't wearing a Focus Sash, it would have lived anyway. And we get the Tailwind. We get a swap out for Hitmontop and Dracovish. And the Intimidate from Hitmontop, I believe, did in fact hit Dracovish. No, it didn't actually. I apologize. So this Dracovish is now in Tailwind and fast. It is able to protect turn 1 here as its first turn on the field, which stops a Fake Out coming in from Hitmontop, and a Cotton Spore comes out to lower both Pokemon on the other side of the field on Yuri's side.
And speed control here is really, really important, because we got a really fast Dracovish that really benefits from having a high speed.
Indeed. And now we get a Tailwind from the other team as well. So this will counter that first Tailwind a bit, but Hitmontop and Dracovish are fairly similar in speed. So I'm not quite sure who's going to be going first here, and it may come down to an EV investment. We're not sure about... I think there were team sheets somewhere. I'm unfortunately not aware of them, but I don't believe that these players know what items are being held, so I'm not sure if we do either.
They actually do. It is in their PokePaste. I'm actually DMing you them right now.
Well, I will do my best to pull that up. Let's see. I will not be able to see chat while I do these, but we do get a swap.
And then we have a switch out.
You got it. Take it, Slippy.
Oh, and a Moonblast right into Hitmontop right there from Whimsicott. And Hitmontop was just switched out with an eject button.
Oh, wow. Interesting tech.
So we'll see where Yuri brings in next.
Slippy sent me both of the same one.
Oh, no. As you can see, this is a very professional stream.
Listen, it's a fun stream. That's all we care. Sophie, that's the same one still.
There you go.
All right. He does select Talonflame onto the field, which...
Oh, that was a good switch. Fine. We got the Vicious Rend into the Amoonguss, which protected it.
Indeed. And there is a Rocky Helmet here on Amoonguss, so Dracovish does take some chip there. there was a critical hit as well. So that Amoonguss actually would have taken that much better in most situations. We see a Rage Powder come out and another Cotton Spore to lower the Talonflame speed. This is in hopes of getting it lower than Dracovish, I'm sure. Brave Bird still comes out, takes out Whimsicott. However, Dracovish... Has Dracovish gone this turn? Oh, it did. Okay.
Dracovish has gone, and it crit on the Amoonguss.
Barely.
Yes. This Amoonguss is most
on to
likely going to be going for another Rage Powder. It's amazing that Amoonguss was able to live, because it means that Yuri is going to be able to at least guarantee a Rage Powder, redirecting that Vicious Rend from Dracovish. Maybe allowing his Talonflame to give off a big hit and hopefully KO that Dracovish so it doesn't remain a threat on the field.
Oh. We see a fresh Goldango facing down. It is afraid of that Talonflame, of course. And that Talonflame speed was dropped last turn. But I believe, actually, it did go after Dracovish. So if it doesn't swap out here, I do expect a KO from Dracovish onto Talonflame. Oh, well, actually, that depends. If Goldango can outspeed Talonflame as well, we could see an Amoonguss go down to whoever's faster between Dracovish and Goldango, and then potentially also see Talonflame fall. This is actually a very precarious situation still, even if Rage Powder does go up here defensively. I love me a good VGC battle.
All the people in the stands watching intently to see what move the next, or everybody, or the battlers end up making.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and Goldango swaps out. Komo-o hits the field again. Dracovish protects a very defensive turn from Zeddy on this one. Rage Powder comes out and is allowed to simply do that simply without really causing any negative effects here, except for a burn on Komo-o.
Oh, that's huge.
That is a massive burn.
Komo's attack is halved.
Depending on the Como set, it could be running either physical or special attacks. If it is a special attacker, it doesn't really need to worry as much about the burn. But if this Como is running physical movesets, it is definitely not appreciative of it.
This Komo-o is running Clanger's Soul, Clanging Scales, Protect, and Boom Burst. So actually, in the event that, well, unfortunately, they protected last turn, so they'd have to go for a double protect if they wanted to Boom Burst and not injure their own Dracovish. But it could be done, and I can also see that this Komo-o is running a Throat Spray, which would make Boom Burst even more powerful. This is still a dangerous situation, for sure, and that Amoonguss is definitely getting KO'd by a Boom Burst if it comes out. Dracovish, whether it lives or not, I am not sure. Ref, do something. There's nothing to be done. There's only chaos in this kind of Cobblemon VGC battle.
Everything in this match is all up to Yuri and Azedi trying to outplay each other. I think it's still way too early to even predict who might end up on top from this battle. Both players, at the end of this day, this VGC is all about the mind game, all about being able to predict, is your opponent going to protect? What move are they going for? And is my move actually going to hit the right target and not put me in a disadvantageous position? So I know that there's a lot going through their minds right now.
Oh, they've got to be all over this. I'm not seeing a message about Tailwind petering out yet, which I'm not sure. I feel like that would have happened by now. I thought they did it on turn 1. So
nope, they did it. It seems on turn 3. Turn 2. So there might still be a turn of Tailwind left.
Interesting. We do see the Clanging Scales come out.
Rage Powder.
And it hits into both on the side. Amoonguss goes down. Rage Powder denied. Special attack rises. Throat Spray activates. Talonflame goes down to a Dracovish Vicious Rend. And this is looking pretty dire for Yuri.
You have huge turn for Izeti being able to pick up a double KO. Yuri is down to his last 2 mons. This Dragapult and Hitmontop have to pull it off in order for Jornadas to be able to leave with the win. But if I were Izeti, I would be very happy with how the last turn ended up going down.
Indeed. I'm still not seeing the Tailwind peter out, but I believe both Tailwinds are over, should be over. So now there's fake out activated. We did just get an intimidate onto that Dracovish, which is not nothing. And this Dragapult, whether or not it can take a hit in this instance, it's going to outspeed, it's going to go first, but he's going to need something to stay after this turn. I don't think he's going to get a double KO here.
And Dystoria in the chat knows that they're on the up and up. It looks like they're trash talking in the chat.
We love that. Get a little different vantage point here. I'll try and move around as we go a little bit. I would do cinematic angles, but I'm not actually, this is a tester stream a little bit, so if we can, we'll pull that out. Oh, and Gholdengo comes out for Dracovish. This could be a big play if there was a fake out. It was unfortunately into the other slot, but there's a protect there anyway. Dragon Darts are going to double go into Gholdengo, soak it up, and that turn in general, it doesn't gain any momentum for Zeddy, but it doesn't lose him either.
He was able to pivot in that Gholdengo safely and correctly predicting the Hitmontop going for fake out on Como-O. This turn, he pretty much had with the Como-O going for the protect and the Gholdengo switching in. That Hitmontop's fake out wasn't going to be doing anything for them.
True. Now, unfortunately, there's no protect Como-O can hold up against this Dragapult. I'm not certain if Dragapult is running a choice item. I'm pulling up the other one now. Dragapult is running a choice band, so it's not going to be able to hit this Gholdengo with a Phantom Force or anything, but Dragon Darts are going to be coming out next turn, and Como-O, after burn damage and any chip that this Hitmontop can give, may not be able to give it up, but Gholdengo should be very safe. And we haven't mentioned it. Oh, Wide Guard comes out. This is very clutch because that would stop a Boom Burst, and Gholdengo would have been immune to it. Como-O can't eat the Dragon Darts. Substitute comes out from Gholdengo, and we will see that Dracovish come back onto the field, as it will be. We will see the last 4 Pokemon in this battle all on the field at once.
I did receive word from both the Roanoke and CobbleSouls team, who are meant to be playing in about 5 minutes, that they have agreed to wait later. It seems that both teams are also heavily invested in this Jornadas and Dystoria match. So rather than having their matches play simultaneously, we will be waiting for this set to end before moving on with Roanoke and with Roanoke and CobbleSouls.
That makes sense to me. We see Shadow Ball come out and remove Dragapult after Dragapult removes Dracovish. We got a helping hand on those Dragon Darts. It wasn't enough to take out Gholdengo, but now it is Gholdengo versus Hitmontop. And the question is whether or not, if that substitute held, did the substitute break?
Yuri has forfeited, and Izedi takes the first VGC win for Dystoria.
How did I get up here? Who did this? Congratulations to Dystoria, Cobblemon Dystoria, on this first win in the best of 3 match of VGC. Looks like there's some... Oh, they've got a custom animation on their player model that gives a little bow. That's very nice. We love to see that. So we will see another VGC battle between these two, I believe. They're not going to switch players, are they? Novo?
No. They will. So that was the first match of their set. If Izedi is to win the next match, that means that Dystoria brings home the first win for, or that he brings home the first win for Dystoria. If Yuri ends up winning the second match, then we will be going down to the last one in the VGC best of 3, and this is before both teams decide whether or not they want the second match to be a singles or doubles format. It's all dependent on the loser from this set. So I know, just in case you are confused, there are 2 best of 3s within a lot of these sets. In the event that there are VGC matches, the VGC matches will be played in a best of 3. But winning that best of 3 will only count as 1 point towards winning the overall match best of 3. I hope that that's not too confusing to follow along with.
Makes sense to me. And yes, just because the chat was talking about it, I did check, and that Hitmontop was not running Sucker Punch, so there was nothing it could do there. The forfeit makes sense. There's nothing that Hitmontop could do against a Goldango, unfortunately. Oh, I'm excited, though. That's a great start. I'm really glad we started with VGC as well. Personally, I'm more familiar with VGC than singles, and we have Navarro and Slippy, who I believe are more masterful within the singles realm, and I'm just hyped. I hope you guys are hyped. There's going to be a lot of things coming out of this, and if you have your own Cobblemon worlds, maybe you'll pick up some of your own tips and tricks for taking down your rivals, your friends.
And remember, this event was not possible without the community coming together and really organizing this all together. We are by no means professional event organizers, but we thought this would be a good way to bring together the community and have some fun.
So true. Yeah, this is an incredible organizational effort, and as someone who didn't have much of a hand in putting it on, Is that a Figura? Or that's a Figura. That's got to be Figura. So, as someone who didn't have much of a hand in putting it on, I just want to say thank you to everybody that has helped put this on. This is an incredible effort. This is a beautiful arena, and I think this is going to be an incredible experience for the entire community. So.
All right, Yuri and Azedi have confirmed that they are both ready, so we will be waiting for both teams to put that forward and then have both players start up with the team preview.
I figure Necrozma is goofy. It looks great. It was beautiful up there. I was thinking Gigalapris might have to make a showing today, Slippy. I'm sure I have it.
Oh no.
Just look out in the bay. Ah! We have a Lapras that's like 100 times normal size Figura.
Or the flying Wailords.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, some good stuff. They do not have TM's Fire Burst. Thank you for asking. This is no egg moves still. They have no TMs, but they do have access to hidden abilities. Even though technically the only hidden abilities you'd have access to in base Cobblemon are those that you could get from fishing with an Enigma Berry. In this event, just for the fun of it, we've allowed everybody to use hidden abilities. And while this is being played on the server, this is not a public server. This is a server just for the competitors. And since there's about 250 of them, we can't really allow extra people onto the server. However, you will have access to the world download in the future. Yeah, Gigantamax.
I just put in the copy paste in the chats for everyone so they can view.
Oh, where? You might have gotten auto-modded if you put it in... Oh, you put it in... Oh, I have it turned off. Dang it. I can't see it.
All right. The players are currently in team preview. This is going to be a very decisive match to see who ends up winning this first, or who ends up getting the first point towards the best of 3. If I'm Azedi, I wouldn't be super stressed out knowing that in the event that I would lose, there is a chance to redeem myself with a third match. And if I'm Yuri, I would be thinking this is do or die, and I have to be able to bring the win right now just to make sure that my team isn't automatically at a disadvantage.
Slippy, could you message me if you did put them in the stream chat? They're not showing up. I'm not sure if that's...
Oh, okay. It's the same 2 that I sent you.
Oh my god, I'm a fool. Duh. Okay, here's one.
We'll get it to you guys.
And here is 2. Here are the Poke Pastes for this VGC battle that these 2 trainers are using, facing off with. And we will get that next battle underway very soon. But it's important to note.
Looks like both are just taking their time to decide.
Yeah, this is a strategic game, a very strategic game, and oh, we got to work on that. I know Klee would have thoughts on that. Oh, there it is. The start is off. We've got Hitmontop and Como-O facing off against Amoonguss and Dragapult. that Hitmontop's Intimidate will be impactful against this Dragapult. Sometimes it might not be. However, this one is running a Choice Band, so this is something of value already. And in this
should
position,
be noted that the Dragapult stats did not get lowered because of the clear body ability, so that Hitmontop's Intimidate, pretty much negligible against the Dragapult. Amoonguss, I doubt it's running any physical attacks, so it's likely that it won't also be affected by the Intimidate, you know.
Indeed.
Hitmontop can throw a Fake Out onto the Amoonguss, but if the Amoonguss just wants to go for a Rage Powder anyways, it wouldn't really affect too much. We have seen this Dragapult do heavy damage to Como if it decides to go for a Dragon Darts, and the Como itself can also, if it's able to withstand any of those attacks, is also able to hit off a very heavy Clangorous Soul. But we'll see what both battlers decide to do.
I personally am so excited to see just like the different teams that we're going to get during this tournament, because these are teams that I have not seen really put together. Now, I haven't been on the new Cobblemon Showdown, which for those that don't know, there is a Cobblemon Showdown fork, so to speak, or at least like format server, and that has been popping off with people practicing for this tournament, obviously. And there will be more developments within that, I'm sure, in the future, and even online tournaments I imagine will happen. But in this case, we're seeing Pokemon that, with their natural learn sets, are still managing to excel. And this is a very exciting format for me. And I don't know what's going to happen when we see the singles at all. Obviously, we may see different teams and different battlers, but we will still likely see single battles happen between these two teams before the end of this match.
Yep. Both players, you know, taking their time with turn one. Every turn in VGC tends to be very impactful. You know, these are very short games compared to singles, because every single turn you can see massive damage be put out, whether two Pokemon focus in on one slot or maybe have their attacks nullified. So when it comes to VGC battles, you know, every turn is definitely a lot more punishing than you would in a singles battle, where it's usually easier to recover from a misplay. VGC is one of those formats where that's not the case.
Now, I wonder if we're going to see any swaps here in terms of the 4 Pokemon that they're bringing. In the last game, Volcarona and Tyranitar were left behind for Yuri, and for Zeddy, a Flash Fire Centiskorch, which is a solid way to handle a Talonflame, was left behind. But we do see the first turn come out. Como-O protects as Hitmontop fake outs into Amoonguss, denying any sort of Spore. But a U-turn comes out from Dragapult, and that will be swapping Dragapult off the field on this turn 1. And we'll see what Yuri is going to be swapping to. And yes, as was said, Hitmontop is basically Pawn Shop Incineroar. For Cobblemon, Hitmontop is Incineroar. Possessing Fake Out, Intimidate, Sucker Punch, Close Combat, Helping Hand in this instance. A very valuable Pokemon to have. And we do see Hitmontop, a mirror Hitmontop, come out and intimidate the other side of the field on Zeddy's side. Now we have another Fake Out option active. Do we think we see a Ghost swap to deny Fake Out? Or do we see a big attack?
That Como has already gone for its Protect, so it would be risky to go for a double. We might see the Goldango coming in. You know, I'm sure that Yuri wants to go off for a Spore. You know, have a nice hit come through, and that Goldango already has a natural immunity to it thanks to the Good as Gold ability. And we do end up seeing both Pokemon swap out. The Goldango and the Dracovish come in on Izeti's side. Hitmontop goes for a Fake Out, but the Goldango is immune, and the Dragapult does end up replacing the Amoonguss. So now we see some very offensive Pokemon take the field. So I'm sure that we're about to see some heavy damage be done this next upcoming turn.
Yeah, these are huge swaps. And this Goldango and Dragapult face-off is very interesting because Dragapult, while it can't take out Goldango in one turn, it can Phantom Force, but Goldango can substitute to stop that as well. This is or actually, doesn't Phantom Force go around Substitute? I believe that's actually the case. As Dragapult does use Phantom Force here, so we don't know which slot it's going into. But Goldango sets up with a nasty plot as Dracovish misses a crunch into Dragapult. That is
Yikes.
potentially very impactful. That's yikes, agreed. I'm not sure why. But Goldango
So
leaves the field.
the Dragapult isn't able to, or Phantom Force doesn't naturally hit through the substitute, but Dragapult sometimes does run the Infiltrator ability, which allows it to hit through substitutes, practically ignoring it. And we
Doesn't
do
need to
see the
here.
Hitmontop go down to the hefty Phantom Force come out.
Yes. Yeah. And Dracovish chips into Amoonguss, but it's also taking its own damage against the Rocky Helmet. Komo-o comes back out onto the field, and that nasty plot was given up, sacrificing Hitmontop, and now we're seeing Komo-o and Dracovish facing down against Amoonguss and against Dragapult. No advantage so far from Zeddy's side of the field, as Yuri brings Hitmontop back in for another Intimidate against, well, one physical attacker. Clangorous Soul comes out from Komo-o. It is powering up heavily.
Yep, a hefty Omni boost plus the throat spray activates, plus 2 special attack, plus 1 to all of its other stats. But the Spore does come out and puts that Komo-o to sleep, so it's guaranteed at least 1 turn to be out of, or to not be able to act in any sort of way.
That's big. That is a huge sleep right there.
It is. If that Komo was running Overcoat, it would have been immune to it, but instead it is running Soundproof, so definitely unfortunate ability choice for Izeti in this matchup.
Wow.
Similarly, though, there isn't really anything on the field for Yuri cards that is able to do immediate damage to the Komo-o. So if this Komo does decide to burn off a turn of sleep in the upcoming turn, it does have that chance to wake up in the turn after the next, which is what Yuri will probably need in order to be able to position himself to take advantage of the sleeping Komo-o.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Hitmontop could be cycling, and it is this eject button Hitmontop, which I don't... Oh, maybe it did get... No, this eject button has not activated yet. So this Hitmontop, if hit, will be removed, and cycling intimidates. And with the removal of that Goldango, with the removal of that Hitmontop, this is a pretty high value cycle here to keep Dracovish in check. It's already at -1. Dragapult comes back onto the field as a crunch does connect with Amoonguss, perhaps predicting a swap there. And Amoonguss
the clear smog on the Komo-o. Komo has been completely neutralized by this Amoonguss, put to sleep, and then clear smog to get rid of all the stat changes. Yuri is in a very strong position right now.
Wow.
Being able to threaten a hefty Dragon Darts to hit both teams super effectively. And the Amoonguss can even go for the Rage Powder, meaning that Dragapult is going to be very safe to get off its attacks. Yuri is in a fantastic position right now.
Indeed. That was
definitely learned
very
from the first
play.
match.
And honestly, if Dracovish had crunched into the other slot, we would see that Dragapult either gone or at very low health, likely. There was no Rage Powder there, so that was probably a predict against a swap from Dragapult coming in that Amoonguss slot. Have we seen all 4 Pokemon from Yuri's side of the field in this one?
We have seen the Hitmontop, we've seen the Dragapult, the Amoonguss.
I don't think we've seen the 4th Pokemon yet. While Zeddy is down 1 Pokemon and has a Goldango in back, there is an unknown Pokemon somewhere in the back on Yuri's side. Could be.
Yep, that could either be a Talonflame. Oh yeah, you got it.
What do we got here? Somebody's sending me music. Oh. Can I play that through... Well, we're going to download this and we might be able to get some music going. I'm not sure if I have to convert OGGs, which would be a challenge to do during stream.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get some battle music going. Oh, we gotta switch in.
You see Goldango come in. Dracovish protect. Excellent way to be able to stave off. Oh no, the Draco.
But
He
the
reads it and
Phantom
goes for the
Force.
Phantom Force.
And
Oh man, this
Talonflame.
Goldango.
Oh.
Depending on which slot he ended up targeting, both Pokemon on the field right now are currently threatened to be OHKO'd by that Phantom Force. Really well played by Yuri. And
Yes.
Talonflame does come out, revealing the fourth Mon. Yuri can go from anything for a Will-O-Wisp on that Dracovish, which is probably unlikely if the Dragapult ended up targeting into that slot. It could go for a Tailwind to just guarantee being faster for the remainder of the battle. It goes for a Brave Bird on the Como. What
Which
an
is
enormous
enough.
play.
Phantom Force into Dracovish. And that's
double
it.
KO. And now the
Just
Goldango is
left.
the only Pokemon left to handle
Facing
this.
down 4.
Yep, I don't think that Azedi is going to be able to bring this back. That Dragapult is locked into Phantom Force, and that Talonflame is free to go for the Flare Blitz, and it's likely that both of them are going to be faster. We do see Dragapult move first. We see the Talonflame move next, revealing that it is faster than the Goldango. The Shadow Ball misses because
Phantom Force.
The Phantom Force. Vizetti forfeits, and Yuri wins. Jornadas. Yuri has,
and it looks like we are now tied up. Yeah, 1-1 here in this VGC best of 3 battle. We still have to have one more face down between these two epic trainers. This is awesome. This is what we love to see. Very
exciting
strategies.
that the very first match goes down to the wire third match right here. It's going to be both teams or both of these players again. Winner of this match brings home the entire VGC first round for their respective servers. All right, so I will be having them select the match.
And yeah, Whimsy, I appreciate you saying that, you know, we're doing our best here. None of us are professional broadcasters in this sense, and I personally started learning VGC about 3 months ago. So while my passion is deep, my knowledge is somewhat superficial, we'll say. And I think each of us has our own familiarity with different Pokemon, but we hope that you guys enjoy the stream, and we will try and keep it as analytical as possible. If you have notes, feel free to say them. You know what? I am paying attention to stream chat, and there is enough time in between turns for us to consider things as complex as the battles get. This is going to be a very I think these teams have been preparing for how long since this was planned, Novo?
This was first announced early on in January to the servers and was also made public to the to the general Cobblemon community back in May. I believe May 17th was the day that the public found out. But the servers have been able to prepare for this since January.
So you're seeing trainers here that have been prepping for these battles for quite some time. And while the big change, I will say again, is a very recent switch from hidden abilities so that people could use hidden abilities here, which I do think we may see some wrinkles with that ability being thrown in. Like something like an Alolan Ninetales would not have been viable, but now it could be with a Snow Warning Alolan Ninetales.
By the way, Vert, you might want to update the point scores on the overlay.
I was avoiding.
Oh no, those not because
they don't have a point yet.
Oh,
technically.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right, because there's 3. Okay.
Yes. Although it would be nice to have maybe I'll make littler ones for the next stream so that we have if there's a VGC thing we can keep track of what the score is for the matches or the battles, that is.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yes, we are into.
We're gonna look into some music after maybe this round or the next server matchup. But we'll definitely get some music in here.
Yep, we're gonna do our best for that. I'm gonna try to load one. So everybody, just for the moment, turn me down just a little bit, just in case, because I don't know if this is gonna load at maximal volume. I'm going to have to find this. Let's see. But we're going to try and get something going here. Since we have a small lull. Let's see if it will play this file. I don't know that it will. Do y'all hear any battle music? Oh, you definitely do. And it's kind of loud. We're turning it down. Alright, I think that should be about good for some music levels. I can't hear it personally, so you guys are going to have to let me know what you think. I was enjoying Megalovania.
All right, we are just waiting for the teams to go ahead and select right now. As soon as that goes underway, we will of course enter the team preview screen again. Just confirming. I have both managers communicating with me, letting me know.
We got some people asking in the chat if these official tournaments will be regular. This tournament was kind of our test tournament, and it kind of got a lot bigger than we thought it would. We were expecting maybe 8 to 16 teams sign up, and we ended up having 32 sign up, and almost I think over 48 other teams show interest. So it's been quite the effort to put together, but we're hoping in the future we can keep doing this at least annually and get some more events on the server. Maybe like some, I don't know, 1.7 related competitions, maybe some single battlers not representing servers coming in to do a tournament. You know, the possibilities are really endless.
Could be very fun. What do you think about that? I don't know what that means, but it's gonna be good. I'm confident.
I'm assuming the wink was good.
The wink was good. That's true. Yes. Oh, I just saw what you said, Stir. Perfectly. Perfect.
Oh, perfect. All right, they've chosen. The team voted. Now they are going to be entering the team preview screen, and once that begins, we will see the match resume. So as we test out all these different systems for the World Cup itself, we know that some of these matches do seem like they take a little bit long to set up. We are working with a custom tournament mod sponsored by Neo Vitalism. Shout out him, incredible developer. So we are trying to see what kind of systems work out to make sure that the tournament runs as smoothly. One of the systems that we have in place is that every battler for a team is able to vote for who comes up next for each of the matches, and that requires all battlers to be able to, or all battlers on each team to submit a vote, and it won't start until they have all gone through. So sometimes that causes a little bit of a delay in case somebody isn't paying attention, but we will be adjusting these as we go on through the tournament. With this being the first match, it's all for us to be able to see what sort of things need improvement, and all of this is going to eventually make for better streams in the future, making sure that the tournament runs nice and smooth. Very quick turn one. Whoa, that went by a lot faster than I expected it to be. We see Hitmontop Talonflame face off against Goldango Whimsicott, with a Talonflame hitting a nasty Brave Bird off on the Whimsicott, and the Goldango. Sorry. Let me read the chat up again.
Whimsicott is going to get off the Tailwind, and a Goldango Shadow Ball going into Talonflame. This is the first time we've seen that Talonflame take a really big hit turn one, which is nice. We're getting rid of the Gale Wings ability early on. Brave Bird did hit into Whimsicott, however, and took it down to 17%. Once again, that thing did live, and the fake out did not work because Covert Cloak is on that Whimsicott. That is, while these are open team sheets, sometimes this is something that just slips by. Yes, as someone in chat once said, Flame Borb and Golden Boy took massive damage on turn one. We'll see what these trainers are going to do next turn. We have not seen any of their big threats, really, seemingly, on turn one. Oh, that's true. Golden Boy did not take massive damage. Thank you for... No, you don't need to retract that, Saint. Whimsicott was the one that took the massive damage. No one has scored a point yet. We are in the best of 3 of a VGC series here, so this is the 3rd battle, and right now the score is 1-1 between. Oh gosh, I need to get the names of these teams on screen somewhere for myself, but between these 2 teams, I'm gonna fix that.
Yep, this is still Jornadas versus Dystoria.
Thank you. And now we're seeing a lot of heavy thinking here.
I'm sure both battlers are very nervous. You know, both of them took big hits during that turn 1. We see the Amoonguss come out. Heavy effective Spoon Blast hitting that Hitmontop from the Whimsicott. You see the eject button get triggered, so we are going to be seeing the Hitmontop pivot out. We see the Talonflame come right back in, and the Goldango goes for a nice Shadow Ball on the Amoonguss, doing about 1/3 of its health in that single hit.
Now, that Amoonguss is Regenerator, so if it gets off the field, it will be able to put almost that entire amount of health that's been lost so far right back on. A very effective way of saving Talonflame there. And, however, no damage done to Zeddy's side of the field on this turn. Whatever Hitmontop was going to do, it did not.
Turn 3. That Tailwind is up on Izeti's side, so even if that Talonflame wanted to go for the Flare Blitz onto the Goldango, it's unlikely that it will be outspeeding it. Almost certainly that Talonflame is not going to be outspeeding the Goldango, meaning that Goldango can probably pick off the Talonflame unless the Amoonguss does go for a nice Rage Powder.
Now, I don't know. I'm not familiar with what this Whimsicott has otherwise. Is it threatening any sort of major damage to either of these Pokemon? No.
Moonblast being its only attack doesn't really help out too much, but it is there. It could go for stuff like Cotton Spore on the Talonflame, but overall, it's not really doing too much in this it's not really doing too much for Izeti right now on the field.
So I feel like
maybe
this is one of those
Izeti chooses to
situations
sack.
you're almost hoping for it to have been knocked out. It seems like to me, where once Tailwind is up, you're either trying to get a late Tailwind or you're trying to get it off the field almost.
Yep.
It is threatening the cute factor. That is true, and that can be rather disarming. You're welcome. Now,
Dystoria has been very vocal all throughout this chat. It looks like Jornadas is really only looking to celebrate at the end of every turn, you know, keeping all of their emotions in until the ends of all the battles. But Dystoria, you know, all they care about is making sure that Zeddy feels absolutely supported with him being cheered on by his team right behind him.
heck yeah. You'll love to see it. And no, this Whimsicott is not running Help in Hand. It does have Sunny Day, but that's not going to be helpful in this situation. So it looks like, oh, there we go. We're headed off. Dracovish comes in for Whimsicott, who was kind of stuck on the field there. Talonflame comes back out into a Hitmontop, which is going to intimidate the other side. And a big Make It Rain brings both nearly into the red. Clear Smog comes out, but is not doing anything here. I'm actually not
that
sure what that
Dracovish
was.
got a very nice switch onto the field. It looks like the Clear Smog was just looking to chip away.
That Clear Smog, importantly, I'm pretty sure just removed the Intimidate that went onto Dracovish, so it went from -1 to neutral on attack.
Yeah, if the Whimsicott, which was what the Dracovish just ended up replacing, would have stayed in to take that hit, it almost certainly would have been the KO being picked up. But now Izeti was able to conserve that Whimsicott, not letting it go down to the Clear Smog, meaning that it will be able to come back in later.
Oh, that would have been a 4x effective. Yes, that does make sense. That was a great play covering for that Clear Smog then. And now, this is a very scary place for Yuri, because Dracovish does have Tailwind for at least the next turn, and will be hitting very, very hard. This Amoonguss likely isn't going to survive any hit from them, and neither is Hitmontop. So what we see here is the Hitmontop did come out. Oh, there is fake out pressure though. So Dracovish could protect on this turn, but it might give up its Tailwind as well. I don't know about this whole rooting for somebody that has Amoonguss. I love Amoonguss.
Ratoma being very confident in Zeddy, saying we win these, Zeddy crushing it.
Let's go. Yeah, please. I can't read in-game chat, so I appreciate any of that, you guys bringing that in.
Cursed from Dystoria saying cook the shroom.
Cook the shroom.
And now we got a chant going on, cook the shroom.
Cook the shroom, cook the shroom, cook the shroom. All Dystoria members, notably. They're definitely very amped up for this.
While this Goldango is at -1 special attack, I still expect it to be on the offensive here. There's nothing threatening it, as this Amoonguss can't hit it, and neither can the Hitmontop. So there's a lot of offensive pressure coming from that Goldango, and even if you can expect a fake out from the Hitmontop, Zeddy has been protecting this whole set of 3, and so if I were Zeddy, I might actually switch it up and not protect here. You've sort of led this whole game with lots of protect, lots of safe switches, and this is a moment where if Hitmontop can get off the field and get another Intimidate late in the game, that could be very impactful. I think this is a hyper-offensive moment, if I were to guess. And hopefully the stream delay is long enough that neither of these players heard me say that. I don't know to what degree I'm supposed to care about that, but maybe a little. During the interim, let's just take a look at some of these. Is that a skin or is that a trainer? Slippy, do you know? Oh my god. Oh, I guess you can't take. Dracovish does protect.
Go for protect. Hitmontop wide guard. It would protect the team from Make It Rain. Amoonguss goes for the Rage Powder either way. And let's see, this Goldango looks like it goes for the nasty plot.
Very interesting.
Back up to +1. Offsetting that Make It Rain and adding it by just one more. This Goldango is, if it goes for a Make It Rain, is likely to pick up a double KO up in this next turn. Very threatening Pokemon. Yuri needs to do something to be able to, you know, threaten that Goldango, because as it stands right now, it looks like it's just going to start wreaking havoc on his team.
Yeah, and this looks like they have one more turn of Tailwind, I believe, for Yuri's side of the field. So Dracovish is still turned on here, and no matter what happens, now there's no fake out pressure. There's nothing here to stop a big Vicious Rend. We'll change the battle music after this. Unfortunately, it's a low-tech solution at the moment. Actually, maybe I can do it. Okay, the different music is kicking in. We have a different song going as we go into turn 5 with Hitmontop and Amoonguss both low health, facing down scary threats, a tailwinding Dracovish, and a nasty plotted +1 Goldango. And we'll start our first poll here for who will take the victory in this battle. Yeah, that floating jersey, I saw that. Cobblemon Dystoria talking trash in the chat right now. In the stream chat. I will be hunting down this pizza party. You offer pizza party, there better be pizza party. And these two trainers are just staring into each other's souls. Let's get in here for a real tight shot. Oh my goodness. Can we go slower than that? Yeah, we can. There it is. Oh. We can do some cinematics. I can't read chat while I do this, but yeah, well, we can do it. Get out of here, you floating jersey. There's also a man camouflaged up in the crowd as a grass block. You probably didn't even notice him.
Oh, the battle does resume. We see Whimsicott come in. We see the Hitmontop go for another wide guard and another rage powder. I'm not sure what Yuri's aiming for here. We see the Goldango go for a substitute. That's 2 turns in a row where Izeti has just been continuing to get into a favorable position. And I think from here on out, Izeti would be able to close it. That Goldango is behind the sub with nothing looking to break it. It's +1. It's able to give off big damage. Maybe Yuri is hoping that his Dragapult in the back is able to pick up an Oko on the Goldango if the positioning gets right, but for now, it really does just look like Izeti is in the ultimate driver's seat.
Especially if he is able to get Tailwind up again here. This late game Tailwind is definitely a nail in the coffin as far as I'm concerned. That's right. Oh, and we do see the wide guard come out, stopping any potential make it rains, but Tailwind comes out from the Prankster Whimsicott, Shadow Ball ends Amoonguss, and Hitmontop is now dancing around at 16% health and looking to see who's going to join him on the field. And importantly, the Amoonguss, whatever it was doing, did not get to do that. We'll just do some cinematic work here, you know? Why not? We can do it.
Yep. After Whimsicott has successfully gotten that Tailwind up, it looks like this Goldango is just cleaning house from here on out. Certainly faster than Talonflame, certainly faster than Hitmontop. All this Goldango really just has to do is either go for its Make It Rain hitting both opponents or just go for Shadow Balls, but it does just look like it clears up now.
Oh, and with the swap to Dragapult, actually, there is no more wide guard, although I do expect a Shadow Ball here into Talonflame. Yeah, that was the safe play for sure, because wide guard could have come out there. So we see a Moonblast potentially. Oh no, we saw a Cotton Spore. Hitmontop comes back out. That Intimidate, unfortunately, is not going to do very much at all, but Dragapult is now in position, but likely getting outsped by this Tailwinded Goldango behind a substitute, importantly as well. Moonblast takes out Hitmontop. It already had a substitute, correct? Uh-oh.
Interesting play
a bit of a misplay, potentially.
By Izeti. That Dragapult is most likely going into the Goldango slot, trying to pick up a KO. Whimsicott is not able to hit the Moonblast. Goldango isn't able to hit the Shadow Ball because it's immune. Phantom Force hits the Goldango. Is it enough? Oh,
the substitute takes the hit for him.
Yeah. Yep, because of the clear body. and the substitute being there. No infiltrator. If that was an infiltrator Dragapult, it would have probably been able to do the job, but doesn't look like it is the case.
But Dragapult did outspeed this Goldango even in Tailwind. That's very important and very scary. We will be seeing something here. A swap is very, that makes sense to me. Komo-o takes the Phantom Force at 38%. Moonblast is going to connect with Dragapult and take it to 30%. Now, Dragapult's in trouble.
Yep, Dragapult can opt to just keep going. I mean, it really can only keep going for the Phantom Forces. Whimsicott is going to miss into this Moonblast, but if it decides to go for Tilba, nope, it goes for the Moonblast. All this Dragapult has to do, or all that Izeti has to do now is double target the Dragapult, and it should be able to pick up the KO, bringing home the first round win for Dystoria.
And there it is. Zeti takes
and Dystoria wins game 1.
A historic match as the first point is scored between these two titans. That's what we're calling them. And I will have to update the score now. Oh, here we go.
Very well played by Izeti. Very nerve-wracking game. And now all of the power moves over to Jornadas, who is in control of picking the next format. We are going to wait until we have confirmation from their team as to what it will be. And once we have that going, we will be seeing different teams and different battlers come up. If it's another singles set, we will have both battlers submit their open team sheet. And if it is a singles battle, there is not going to be any open team sheet. It's just straight up team preview, 1 round, do or die.
Fantastic. All right, we're gonna take. Oh man, I really wish I could play this music, this video, but for some reason it's not going to show the correct or play the right sound.
Jornadas has decided. Jornadas has chosen doubles.
Ooh, we're going back
So
to
we
VGC.
will be seeing another. We will be seeing another doubles set.
The longest tournament you've ever seen is about to get underway. Gang, we've got hours and hours of content for you. Get ready for it.
Okay, and it looks like Dystoria. It looks like Dystoria is very upset. It looks like they weren't hoping to get another doubles, maybe wanting to move over to their singles, but we will see how things end up turning out.
The people in chat are asking if singles will be a best of 1.
It will be a best of 1.
Yep, we were prepared for that. We knew singles would take a little bit longer than doubles.
I'm gonna put the camera right on you, Slippy, for a moment here. Remote face like right here.
Okay.
Hello, chat. It looks like they have chosen. We are going to be seeing Annie 210 and Cyclos play. Let me just make sure that both players have their team sheets ready.
And it seems like the chat predicted who was going to win correctly. Zeti with 73% of the vote versus Yuri with only 27%. Granted, that was during the middle of the match. So it seems like people knew how it was going to go. It was not planned to be quite this long. What happened was we had a battle timer, and we found out just recently that it did not work. So we're going to encourage the battlers to speed up their decisions as if there were a battle timer, but we won't be enforcing it.
I return. And
welcome back.
Oh, I think
All
they
right,
do.
both team sheets have been sent, so we will be commencing very shortly. Let me just get the links. I'll send them over to you, Slippy, so that you can share it with the chat.
Oh, I got sent one directly. Heck yeah. We love that.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So
Who are our
Cyclos
battlers?
and
Do you mind walking me through our battlers here? And also, Slippy got me.
yes, representing Jornadas, we will be having Cyclos come in for another doubles match, and representing Dystoria, we will be having Annie2100 representing Dystoria. All right. Jornadas is asking for a minute of time just to, get everything sorted out. Dystoria is also looking to have a little bit of extra time so that's ready to set up. Now, I do know that both the the Roanoke and CobbleSouls match was scheduled to start at 12, but due to the technical difficulties, we started it late. They did decide that they wanted to wait until this set is over and have their next match go through. The team that was supposed to begin at 1 p.m. EST, Planeta Cobblemon, as well as the team Volormon, also decided that they want to wait for these sets to roll out. Depending on just how tight the schedule is, we may have some of those matches begin ahead of time, just so that they can get their set rolling. But as it stands right now, both teams are willing to wait until this set is over in order to be able to continue their matches, and we proceed with the schedule. So apologies for the slight schedule discrepancies. Just trying to have everything set up so that it goes nicely for these next couple battles.
I'm gonna make a request actually of anybody on the server, competing or otherwise. If you are a part of those battles and you want to potentially immortalize your battles, please get a replay mod file of it. Basically, you would start the replay mod file before you start the battle and then just end it afterwards, relog, and do it for each one. And if you send it to me, then we'll at least have the footage for it for later on, and we can use it in some promotional material or something like that. That's my request from anybody here, that if you do have to start before we can get there on the live stream, then hey, at least you can get that. Now, I just want to talk about intimidation factor right now. This, over here, oh god, I need nameplates so badly, but over here, I'm feeling cozy. I'm just saying, I feel cozy. You all look respectable, fine people. And over here, I don't know. Is that a meme? Is this like a, I swear I've seen this before, but we've got the satanic halo, although we've got the beard. Oh my god, that beard is incredible. There's so much life. What? Love the pajamas, maybe. Love it all. People are bringing the style.
All right, Annie has let us know that we are ready.
Beautiful.
Dystoria has said they're ready. Now we are just waiting for Jornadas to be able to let us know if we're ready to continue.
Okay, since... Yeah, my meme knowledge is lacking. It's true. That's why we have other people that handle the Cobblemon memes.
And Jornadas is ready, so we will be commencing this next upcoming battle very, very shortly. Let me just get everybody set up. Dystoria, Jornadas will be going again for the doubles. We are seeing Cyclos and Annie. Both teams just have to submit both players forward, and then once they have that set up, I will let you guys know. If Annie is able to win this, it does mean that the Dystoria Jornada set has come to a conclusion. If Cyclos does end up victorious, that means that the power in Dystoria, or the power to choose the final match, is going to go to Dystoria. And judging by their reaction to, Jornada's choosing the doubles format, it looks like if Dystoria ends up losing this upcoming match, they will most likely be selecting the singles format. So we might see a singles match in this encounter between both teams.
Oh, that would be very exciting as an ender here. as a finale. Somebody asked in chat where they could find a powerful server, much like the one happening here, and I've just updated the overlay, and you can see that if you were to visit bisecthosting.com and use the code Cobblemon, you could get a 25% discount. These are from our friends. They've provided this server for us free of charge so that we can put on this event, and yep, there you go.
Yeah, both teams have chosen, and now both players are in the team preview screen. And now I'm excited to see what they both say. They both end up choosing as their leads.
I don't think I'll ever get tired of this battle arena because of all of the light rays. I don't know if everybody else is seeing that, but like, oh, there it is. We're off.
Match has begun.
We're spectating. We get Grassy Surge and Rain.
4 unique Pokemon. None of these 4 Pokemon were present in the last match. We see Rillaboom, Sneasler, and we also see Pelipper, Palafin. So it's likely that this Palafin is going to go for something like the Flip Turn or Switch Out so that it can activate its hero mode. Rillaboom and Sneasler, 2 Pokemon that are able to give off very big damage. Let me quickly look at the team sheet to see. So usually in some of the, if you might be a fan of Scarlet Violet VGC, you would know that both Rillaboom and Sneasler tend to exert a lot of pressure with Fake Out, but in the Cobblemon format, neither of these Pokemon have Fake Out, so we're not going to be seeing any Fake Out shenanigans going on. The only Pokemon on the field that has access to Protect is that Pelipper, so that is the only sort of Protect that could be coming out this turn.
And as a side note about, now that we have the pastes ready at least, this Palafin is choice banded, the Pelipper is rocking a Focus Sash, and like you said, has that Protect, so it's looking fairly bulky on turn 1 for sure. We can expect it to set up a Tailwind or go for a cheeky Hurricane potentially. It will get at least 1 turn seemingly with those moves going off. But on the other side, we do have Knockoff and Drum Beating come in as very big aspects of a Rillaboom in Cobblemon currently. It does have Noble Roar as well, but Sneasler is running Unburden, and not running, and after its first turn, it has a Poison Gem, but it does come off the field as a Moongus hits instead of the Palafin. These are hard switches. Goldango comes onto the field. Pelipper's Hurricane does come out onto Rillaboom, a very, very aggressive move as it's confused, but does get to manage that, to knock off that Focus Sash.
Yep, that Pelipper was very comfortable going for Hurricane. Sneasler and Rillaboom neither threatened to pick up a KO on it. And that Hurricane from Pelipper hits both super effectively. So it looks like Cyclos did pick the right target, thankful that it didn't go into the Goldango if he would have targeted the Sneasler. And instead, that Rillaboom is looking like it could go down in the very next turn if the Pelipper decides to go for a second Hurricane into it.
Poke pastes are in the chat now for everybody. Now, are we seeing a similar Goldango to last battle, or is this one different? We are seeing a substitute, similar moveset, but this one is rocking a Focus Sash, which could be very impactful here. Although I'm not seeing as many. Well, actually, on the other side of the field, there is an Annihilate that looks like maybe potentially the biggest threat to this Goldango. That and of course the Palafin, but I gotta say, I don't know how many people are familiar with this, but this Pelipper team looks very similar to something that I was trying to put together when I did my only VGC experience in this format, this meta. And we do see turn 2 come out. Rage Powder from a Moongus is protecting Cyclos' side of the field. Hurricane comes out and removes Rillaboom, and Goldango sets up a substitute. So sacrificing Rillaboom a little bit, but Goldango is now in a place where it can start to set itself up for some major plays down the road, and it is joined by Sneasler on that side of the field by Annie.
Yep, but the only thing that looks like it would threaten to break the sub on Goldango is that Hydro Pump from Pelipper. Not sure if Cyclos is going to want to risk trying to land a Hydro Pump, that accuracy not being a guaranteed hit means that you are, risking a lot just to do something or just to break a sub, not even, doing some major chip to the Goldango. So we'll see. Pelipper goes for the protect, Goldango goes for the make it rain, hitting the Amoonguss. And we see the Spore go into the Sneasler. That Sneasler has been put to sleep and will be out of commission for the next turn, guaranteed.
Impactful.
But this Goldango is looking very, very scary right now. It can go for a nasty plot. It can continue dealing big damage, but it just doesn't look... I don't think that it's going to be something that Cyclos is able to take lightly.
It has also...
We see the Annihilate come in.
Oh, this is the threat. And Hurricane does take out Sneasler. And the nasty plot does come out. But now it's facing down an Annihilate, and this could be very, very hard for Annie to come back from here.
If Cyclos decides, Cyclos does have the option of doubling into the Goldango. This Annihilate is a Assault Vest Annihilate, meaning that it could potentially take a +2 Shadow Ball from the Goldango. But this Goldango looks like it will be good again, or starting to go crazy soon. So Cyclos needs to do something to answer it.
Indeed.
And on the other side, you can't really just ignore the Como, because that Como, it could set up a Clanger, so it could. There's a lot of potential damage that Como is able to do. So. Of course, I'm very curious to see how both teams respond.
The Boom Burst could be effective here, but there are 2 Ghosts on the field, and Pelipper can protect, and there is still no Tailwind as well, I believe. So Tailwind could still come up from this very offensively oriented Pelipper. However, I just wanted to note that Goldango has almost healed the entire cost of that substitute just from Grassy Surge, from the grassy terrain. So this setup, even though there have been some losses on Annie's side of the field, they're still in a very good position. This is still very competitive. But I'm personally a huge fan of Annihilate, so I'm just saying. I'm not going to be biased. That's not my job, but go Annihilate. I wish I had my resource pack for Annihilate attack anims, actually. That will be coming in Cobblemon 1.7, which somebody earlier mentioned something about, wouldn't it be cool if we dropped it after the stream? That's not happening, okay. But here comes Pelipper's Protect on turn 5. Como also protects. And Rage Fist does go into Goldango, but into the Substitute. So the Substitute is gone. Make It Rain comes out. Into the Pelipper Protect, and Annihilate eats it fairly easily.
Yep, that Rage Fist now just got a 50% or a 50 base power boost, so now Annihilate is going to be able to do some pretty good damage to that Goldango if it goes for that 100 BP Rage Fist into it. I would assume that the Como was just afraid of the Pelipper's Hurricane, but overall, Cyclos did seem to get some nice value out of that turn, but that Make It Rain chip, we'll see just how far it goes onto that Annihilate. Annihilate, notorious for being a very bulky Pokemon, and the more hits that go into it, the more powerful its Rage Fist. We see it do heavy damage to that Goldango. Goldango going down to 90, or taking 93% of its health. That Substitute was not created because Goldango was way too low on health. And that Como goes for a Clanger's Soul. Very nicely played by Cyclos in order to pretty much shut down the Goldango this entire turn. But Annie having its Como, or having their Como set up a Clanger's Soul, an Omni boost, plus a special attack, or plus another special attack raise from the Throw Spray, makes that a very dangerous Pokemon to have on the field.
Something we saw earlier, though, is Amoonguss with a Clear Smog, and this Amoonguss also has Clear Smog. So this is a very dangerous situation here. If Amoonguss is allowed to get that Clear Smog off, and whether or not this side of the field you're going to need to put up a Rage Powder, I'm actually not even sure. It kind of depends on speed here.
Clanging skills knocks out the Amoonguss.
Oh,
we did see the Annihilate go faster than the Goldango, so we do see the Goldango go down. And now we have a 150 BP Annihilate, or Rage Fist Annihilate staring down against the Como. Both players losing a Pokemon.
Now, if Pelipper were to come out and hit Tailwind here, it still wouldn't be enough to save Annihilate right now. But there is still a Palafin in back on Cyclo's side of the field. And for Annie, what are we? Is this it? This is it.
Oh, Clang
double
Scales,
KO.
both the double KO.
Oh no! It is
Let's see what
Palafin
the
versus
cyclists
Como
have in the bag. This Como it got a clangorous soul up. Now visually, it doesn't show the zero or the hero form, but this Palafin did indeed evolve into the hero form. It's just the visual is not yet implemented for Cobblemon 1.6. Annie scouting to see what the Palafin goes for. The Palafin locks itself into Jet Punch. You know, it is choice banded. This Como being able to get off that massive Omni boost really seemed to have, put this match in favor. Let's see if this is able to pick up a massive KO. Both players down to their very last Pokemon. Jet Punch doing massive damage, but doesn't pick it up. Boom Burst.
It can't live.
It didn't live, and Annie takes game 1.
Oh, what a great game 1. That was fantastic. Oh, and we're seeing the celebration with a run around the field.
We do see the celebration.
That Como coming in clutch. And I gotta say that if Tailwind had come out, oh my goodness. Wait. What's happening here? I'm so sorry, everybody. But, Turtwig just ate him. He's gone. Yeah, if that Amoonguss had been able to get Clear Smog off, or if we had Tailwind, maybe it would look a little bit different with Annihilate outspeeding Como, but that was an incredible finish on game 1.
I'm very surprised to see both. I'm very surprised to see this level of double battles being shown by both teams, because both teams are still playing it very, very well. And leading up to the tournament, we had a lot of people in both the Showdown Discord and in the World Cup Discord mentioning that they weren't really the biggest fans of the doubles format. But it looks like everybody was just kind of hiding their cards, making themselves seem weaker on that side. We're seeing some incredible performances here.
Okay. Yeah, if you do notice anytime the streams start to lag a little bit, just let me know. There is something small that I can do that I've found on my computer helps to mitigate that. So apologies if there was a little bit of drops right there. But it should be much better now.
Yep. So Jornadas and Dystoria will let us know once they're ready. I am going to go ahead. If Annie ends up picking up the victory here, that means that Dystoria does walk away with a 2-0 victory and ends the set right now. So the pressure is on Cyclos. If he loses here, Jornadas go away with 0 points and Dystoria walks away with all 3. It is 1 p.m. EST, so we will see just how close to the schedule we can get this to be. Of course, CobbleSouls and Roanoke just patiently waiting in the back to be the next match that we showcase. But let's see, is Jornadas versus Dystoria ending right now, right here with both of these battlers, or are we going to be seeing even more games come out from both teams?
What an incredible turnout, though. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We hope to put on more of these tournaments in the future, like has been said in the past, but also another, perhaps inaugural or annual Cobblemon World Cup, and more theatrics like this. Oh my god, that jump. You got hops. And as a note to... Oh, interesting. Yeah, as a note, somebody mentioned that they were starting a flashback recording. I just want to mention that, in my experience, those have not been very consistent, but perhaps there is hope. And yes, this is a best of 3 set, so no points have been decided in this best of 3 set yet. It is still 1-0. However, if Dystoria can take another win here, then they will grab that point. While a monthly Cobblemon tournament sounds amazing, that would be pretty tough to put out monthly. We'll have to see. If you guys get your friends to show up, maybe if we can, eventually down the road, potentially. But my guess is it'll be a little bit farther separated than that.
Yeah, you got to remember, we work on this project as a hobby.
Yep.
I got to go to my job in an hour.
I woke up at 2 a.m. to get everything set up today. Look at these people. Look at them all. The beautiful trainers just hanging out.
Yep. I think we might just be waiting on Dystoria's side. Alright, most likely for the future matches, we will be requesting that the mod gets an update so that, we don't have to have the entire teams voting, and instead maybe the referees get to choose who ends up moving up next, or maybe just have it be like a manager decision, or really just leave it up to one person to go. So in the future, these times are going to be sped up. It looks like they have entered the team preview, and once they pick their leads, we will be seeing both teams start up. Potentially the last match of the Dystoria versus Jornadas Cobblemon set. Now remember, because these are group stages, if Jornadas is to lose today, it doesn't mean that it's over. Yo, somebody's throwing whale lords onto the pitch.
Don't do it. But yes, there will be hope. Even if somebody loses here today, or whoever loses here today, as somebody must, that doesn't mean it's over for them.
Oh, and the match has started. We see Sneasler, Rillaboom, and a Pelipper Hitmontop lead.
A similar lead to last game, but without the Palafin. So most likely there is no Palafin in the back this time. It's not usually advisable to leave him in back, so we can expect that they're bringing something else. And if I were a gambling man, I'd go with Mousehold. Let's see if we see similar aggressive play here from Annie. I think, or from Cyclo, sorry. That seemed to work very well last game. It just didn't quite finish it.
Yeah, both the Hitmontop's Intimidate coming out huge in this lead. Dropping both Sneasler and Rillaboom down to -1 attack.
I've said this before, but Cobblemon is very much still obviously in development, and the things that I just know one day when we have all the particles in, all the battle idols, and you'll be able to watch this just absolute visual feast, because right now I can't just help, like, whenever Hitmontop is on the field, I'm watching his feet. I'm watching him do his little dance. And one day, this is going to absolutely blow minds. And I mean, it already does. But at that point, I think this is going to be one of the coolest things to watch. I will be in the stands, or I'll be on the field if they let me. They told me no. And we go into turn 1. Fake Out comes out into the Goldango that just swapped in. Tailwind does come out this time from Pelipper. And Knockoff goes into Pelipper again. Focus Sash is off. Pelipper is at 75%. Stream health looks good here, but I will calm down on what I'm doing here. Oh, and this is not a criticism, of course. It is simply the fact of how things work. There's not much to be done except that we have to take our time in adding all of the quality animations that you see here. But now this dangerous Goldango has come back onto the field. Pelipper and Hitmontop do have Tailwind this time. There is a lot of... This game can go incredibly different now with the speed boost. We hear a Citrus Berry go off as Hurricane goes into Rillaboom. And it is removed from the field as Close Combat doubles into it. Hitmontop takes the defense, lowered defense stats, but Goldango sets up its substitute in the grassy terrain again. And now Komo-O comes onto the field. Now, whether or not this Pelipper in Tailwind even is going to outspeed this Komo-o, it may be before the boost, but this is the turn that they've got. And if this boost does go up unchecked, well, that could be a big problem, and we've seen that before in the last one.
Yep. Another something I want to quickly add is that because of the nature of this being group stage matches, each server does have the opportunity to battle against 3 others before we proceed to the knockout stages. You know, the top 2 teams in each group, determined by the amount of points you get, which is what we're calculating with the overall points accumulated through these matches, is what is the main tiebreaker. But following that, the team that has the least amount of losses, as well as the least amount or the most amount of Pokemon remaining in that order, is going to be what determines the placement. So if by the end of the brackets, for whatever, let's say we have teams that have both 6 points each looking to move forward into the next round, the order in which they will be placed is then determined by the least amount of losses that they took, meaning that you usually always want to have a 2-0 victory instead of a 2-1 victory. And if that ends up also being a tie, it ultimately does go down to the remaining Pokemon at the end of each battle. For VGC, the max you can have is 4, and for singles, the most you can have is 6. So just in the event that it does all go down, it's sometimes favorable for players to try to see if they have their ways of conserving Pokemon, if they feel that they're able to comfortably close out a match. But, some players might be considering this in the back of their minds, which could also shift the way that they play their game.
True. Yeah. Playing preservationally is also its own danger, though. So in this day 1 environment, I wonder if anybody has the gall to go for that. I'm sure somebody does. The Roanoke is popping off in chat. We'll get there. Here comes
Roanoke battle is probably very eager to see their team in the next match.
Protect comes out on Komo-o and Wide Guard from Hitmontop. Hydro Pump misses Goldango.
Hydro Pump
we did mention that last time. But Shadow Ball fails to take the KO on Pelipper. So that Pelipper will get another chance potentially next turn, since this Komo-o went for a Protect. Unfortunately, there is still a substitute in front of that Goldango. So even if the Hydro Pump does connect, it's not going to be getting the KO. And you can tell that these battlers are working as hard as they possibly can. Komo-o comes off the field as a Sucker Punch fails into Komo-o. And Sneasler gets connected with a Hurricane. One shot. But Nasty Plot goes up on Goldango once again. So now we have a substitute Goldango on the field at +1. I think it did use a make it. No, is it +2? It's +2, I believe.
It went for Shadow Ball, so it's +2.
And it has not used its Throat Spray yet, so it can still boost fully. This is a scary spot, and I believe Tailwind this is the last turn of Tailwind here. That Komo can protect again. Oh, actually, no, it can. And this Goldango is ready to mess stuff up. And importantly, is protected from Sucker Punch by that substitute as well. Cyclos and Annie staring down. And this is a clutch moment in the first game of the 2025 Cobblemon World Cup.
Annie in his position, looking to be able to do some huge damage to both the Hitmontop or just pick off that KO on the Pelipper, assuming that it doesn't decide to go for Protect. But if I were Annie, I would feel very comfortable in the position I am right now.
Agreed.
This just seems, whether or not that Pelipper is able to get off maybe a big hurricane on that Como or just go for the Hydro Pump on the Goldango. It's that same situation where that Como can, set up really nastily and, be the game changer, or that Goldango is just going to be able to handle it himself. Two very offensive Pokemon on the field for Annie, and it just doesn't feel like Cyclos has what it takes to be able to, stave off both of them. He has to kind of just dedicate himself to taking care of one.
Yeah, and we don't know what's in the back. I don't think we've seen... Have we seen a switch out of Cyclos at all yet? Not sure we have. And so this is... There's still a lot of game left to be played, but what happens here is going to be extremely impactful, as once this Como gets fully boosted, it will be faster than almost anything else, and sitting next to a Goldango behind a substitute, not that the substitute matters in this case, it's going to be able to boom burst freely.
And he definitely positioned himself very, very well. While we wait for that next turn, we did have jerseys designed for every single team, thanks to our wonderful Jacko 10s, one of the Cobblemon artists. You can see both the Jornadas and the Dystoria team rocking them right now. Each team did get their own jersey, so you will likely be seeing a nice little variation between every match in terms of the attire that both players wear. Como goes for the Protect, Hitmontop goes for a Sucker Punch, but isn't able to get it off. Seems that it's targeted the Como. Pelipper goes for the Tailwind. Goldango goes for another substitute. Not sure why. It could have just started attacking. Maybe it was predicting that Sucker Punch from the Hitmontop, but... overall, the only significant thing that happened this turn was that Pelipper was able to get that Tailwind off and should now be able to outspeed both Goldango and Como, being able to give off either a big Hurricane or a big Hydro Pump. However, the rain did just end, so that Hurricane is no longer going to be 100% accurate, and the Hydro Pump isn't going to be rain boosted anymore. So, that speed is going to be there to see if Pelipper is able to make that hit, but it's now fully relying on lower accuracy moves as well as lower power from that its Water Stab.
Yeah, this makes for a very interesting situation because we still don't know what is in the back. It's definitely not Palafin, we can reliably say that, but now that it could be... Now whatever's back there is going to be boosted by Tailwind in this late game, if we do see any KOs here on this next turn, then it is actually still maybe anybody's game. You could see a double up into the substitute, and like say if it's Mouse Hold and Annihilate, you never know what we're gonna see there in whether or not it can weather a strong attack from this side of the field. But a double protect fails. Wide Guard comes up from Hitmontop, and Hurricane does connect with the failing double protect on Como, taken to 8%. Pelipper does get taken down by a Shadow Ball, but that's massive. Now any little bit of damage into this Como can take it out, and in fact, this Hitmontop, if it can refresh its fake out pressure, could do the job by itself.
Yep, this Como is also no longer going to be able to go for its Clangorous Soul, because that is a move that requires at least 33% of your HP, or 34 because it consumes 33 of your HP in exchange for that Omni boost. So this Como is most likely not going to have any more chance to, we're not going to see any Omni boost coming out from this Como this game.
Indeed.
We see the Amoonguss come out.
Interesting.
Now, I will say that it is starting to look pretty dire for Cyclos, because this Goldango just looks like it's going to be unstoppable. Amoonguss can't really do anything to the Goldango. Hitmontop's only move to hit the Goldango is going to be the Sucker Punch. And the Goldango should be able to easily live those types of hits. So I'm not sure what Cyclos has in mind right now, what he might be thinking of.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for... This Hitmontop has been on the field for a very long time, and typically you want to see it cycling, so now it's in this position where it can go for another Sucker Punch, of course, or even a close combat, I suppose, but it's already got drop defensive. We do see the Sucker Punch come out. It does connect with the substitute and fades it. Shadow Ball goes into Amoonguss and is able to survive that, but Boom Burst comes out and takes Amoonguss to 4% health. And there's the eject button that was clearly being waited on. Special attack boost for Como for sure, but now Annihilate is out. with no substitute in front of that Goldango. Clear Smog connects with Como and he faints. This is a Tailwind boosted Annihilate facing down no substitute on that Goldango. That was an incredible turn.
Now, it should be noted that this Annihilate, as it is just now coming into the match, its Rage Fist is only at a 50 base power, meaning that it isn't likely to threaten a one-hit KO on the Goldango. However, it is good that they were finally, or that Cyclos was able to take the Como off the field. You know, that way the clanging scales coming off of a +1 Goldango because of Como won't be chipping it away more than it wants to be. We'll see if the nasty plot boost that Annie had been accumulating over these past couple turns is going to be enough to do some significant damage to the Annihilate. But I'm curious to see, you know, is this Annihilate going to be able to... Oh,
we get a Rage Powder to redirect a Shadow Ball. Rage Fist connects and brings it. That should be enough. If it can live and outspeed Goldango on the
next... Make it rain. Amoonguss down, Annihilate in. I believe that Hitmontop is still in the back.
Yep.
Hitmontop. Oh, so now Hitmontop can just keep going for the sucker punches. Annihilate can just keep going for the Rage Fist. And it looked like Cyclos might actually be in the position to bring home the victory.
Just enough.
Everything is riding on Goldango. Yep. That Rage Fist is also now boosted. 50% base power. Rage Fist did end up doing 50% of its health, so this next one is sure to kill the Goldango.
And there it is.
Unless Goldango kills it first.
Yep. And that's it.
And Cyclos does game 2.
We do go to a game 3 for this second set of VGC. Incredible. Fantastic right there. Fantastic.
Insane. Wow, 2 back-to-back VGC matches that are all going to be going down to the very last match. Very, very nicely played by Cyclos. At one point, it really did look like that Jornadas was in a very tough position. That Goldango that was on Annie's team looked like it was going to, you know, kind of just take care of the game from there on out. But that Annihilate that was just sitting in the back waiting, or sitting in the back, you know, not revealed at that point, really came through. Excellent choice by Cyclos to pick it. Now both teams look like they're moving a lot faster. They have chosen their battlers and they are directly in team preview. There is no time to wait. Battlers are already in here and it looks like we will be wrapping this matchup very, very soon, depending on how quick these turns end up going by. Very excited to see. Are we going to see a game 3 Dystoria Jornadas? Most likely going to be, if there is a game 3, that power does go to Dystoria to choose the final format. And if Dystoria does end up winning it here, the whole entire set ends and we will be moving on to CobbleSouls versus Roanoke Network. Very, very tight matches over here. I can't, I'm, you know, very curious to know just how this ends up going.
Well, now the question is, if you're Cyclos, do you switch it up? Because I think they were kind of relying on that Como. I mean, the Goldango obviously is a good setup, and it's been a powerful setup, but it hasn't been able to finish this off. And in that instance, the 70% Hurricane and the Clear Smog follow-up were able to take down that Como before the boost. And now, in this position, do you switch it up or do you stay the same? Do you stay on the course that you've been on? I wonder whether or not we're going to see a big shift out of them, whereas Annie has already shown a little bit of flexibility and does still have other options in the back.
Yep, it looks like both rounds, Cyclos did like to bring that Pelipper into the matches. Let's see if he does end up swapping it. But that Amoonguss that he has brought has provided immense value with the Rage Powders. The only time that it does ever seem unfavorable is when it's facing off against the Goldango and Como. If I were Cyclos, I would be thinking of other ways to potentially make sure that Goldango or Como don't go out of hand, because those have been the most problematic Pokemon. The battle does begin. We see Pelipper Hitmontop facing off against Hitmontop Como. Let's see. Does Dystoria versus Jornadas end now, or do we end up seeing a game 3 take place? So this is game 3, and we are looking to see if there will be a match 3. Let me just get that corrected real quick.
We do get a quad Intimidate coming out on this turn 1, and now we're in a position where the two potentially most impactful offensive Pokemon so far Pelipper is facing down against Como-O, and we get the defensive play out of both of them, which is big, because if one of them had played the other way around, if Como-O had boosted there potentially, that would have been a very big shift. And we do see both fake outs go into the protect. So this first turn turns out to be basically a nothing burger, as everybody wastes their fake outs and their protects, and next turn, things are going to get crazy.
Yeah, these players are moving a lot faster. It looks like they, they've had time to just get used to each other. They know what their game plan is looking like a lot more. Turn 1, both fake outs expended. Protect, both of them running the exact same moves. But now protect is no longer in the picture, and neither is fake out.
Yes, the biggest
Ali
thing...
Dragon from Volormon cheering on Jornadas. Interesting. I wonder if they got to face off against Dystoria at some point and just don't want to cheer them on. Or maybe they want a good underdog story, being able to come back from what looked like a dire position.
Yeah, I do think that the biggest thing on the field right now is this dance-off. And I can't tell who's winning. But I'm staring into the eyes of that Hitmontop, and it is entrancing.
Yep. Volormon tripling down, showing their support for Jornadas. Very interesting to see.
And on turn 2, we get a helping hand into Como-O. A Tailwind comes out in close combat. Goes into Como-O, dropping his stats,
Yikes,
but Clanging Scales comes out. Both live.
Jeez.
Eject button procs. Defense falls, but Throat Spray goes. This is an incredible turn here. That the fact that Pelipper and Hitmontop both lived is really important here with that helping hand.
Yeah, that was huge for Annie to be able to do massive damage like that. But I'm sure he's upset that neither Pokemon was that neither of those went down to his clanging scales. That Como does have -1 to its defense, but it does have that +1 to its special attack thanks to Throat Spray. But now Cyclos has gotten his Annihilate in. This is a Tailwind. There is a Tailwind set up, and that Como isn't Omni boosted, which means that Annihilate is likely to go first here. Also, probably isn't scared of any of the hits that could be coming its way. So all it's probably hoping for right now is to get its Rage Fist power boosted up even more.
I think you could see a KO on either slot here, because Hurricane, I mean, we still are in the rain, and if Pelipper can outspeed, which I believe it has been, then we still have to face down that Hurricane. And that's before the Rage Fist comes in, obviously. We could see, I don't remember if this Annihilate is running any sort of coverage moves, but we see Rillaboom come out to save Como-O for now. Grassy Surge comes in, which could help heal the Como-O later. Rage Fist connects into Hitmontop, and Hurricane doubles into it, and he spins out. Hitmontop has been fainted, but Como-O preserved, and could come back onto the field now, or we'll see the 4th Pokemon for Cyclos, or for Annie in this last game. We see Goldango. So that means that Cyclos, or Annie, I believe, has brought the same 4 Pokemon to all 3 battles. And Pelipper should still be able to outspeed all of these. There is no Grassy Glide for Rillaboom in this situation, in this meta. So this doesn't look great. I mean, we could predict maybe a substitute from Goldango, but the momentum is very much on Cyclos after that failed KO on the Clanging Scales turn 1. We'll see whether or not there are no protects on Cyclo's side of, Annie's side of the field. My apologies for the confusion there. There are no protects for Rillaboom or Goldango. Substitute could come out, but it will be late compared to the other moves coming out here. So, a lot of danger. Now, if Cyclos pulls this out, we could be looking at yet another round, and I believe that was the one that we mentioned would be a singles round. Most likely. Dystoria could, of course, surprise us and choose doubles, but just off of their chat, I'm not sure if they really want to see a third doubles match, but we'll see. Hitmontop comes out, goes for the intimidate. A big hurricane on another
the
confusion too. That's 2 for 2 or 2 for 3 at least. Sacrificing.
Goldango knocks out the Hitmontop. And Rillaboom breaks through the confusion, knocking off the Focus Sash. Double KO. Oh, man. So Cyclos, I believe, has the Annihilate in the back. This is a very, very interesting setup they have. We see Annihilate, and we see Mousehold does end up coming in.
We are still in Tailwind, I believe.
No.
So
Mouse Ape, a very prominent VGC combination where Mousehold goes for something like Beat Up or Population Bomb on an Annihilate. Is a very popular strategy because it does power up Annihilate's Rage Fist all the way to 300 base power. Let's see if that's what Cyclos does end up going for. It would make this Annihilate extremely threatening, or we'll see if the Mousehold goes for something like a Helping Hand, like a Follow Me or a Super Fang. Annie's knockoff with the Rillaboom could potentially go into the Annihilate, knocking out its Assault Vest, making the hits that it has to tank from Goldango a lot harder for it. So I'm curious to just see what ends up going on down here.
I do think that would be a very impactful move there, because otherwise you could basically set up Annihilate turn 1 and then a follow-up turn Population Bomb into any substitute or Rage Fist follow-up kind of thing into Goldango. That does still leave Como. We'll see how this plays out. I do think that this is a critical moment. We get a Follow Me out of Mousehold, so Annihilate will have free reign here. Hits into Goldango, but it's not enough. And now we see Make It Rain chipping into both. Annihilate does get a boost from that, and Mousehold lives. Rillaboom hurts itself in confusion. That's massive.
Huge.
Ooh. Now that Rage Fist will be enough to take out Goldango on the next turn, and I think we got a Tailwind on turn 2, so this should still be in Tailwind. Yes, that's correct. This should be the last turn of Tailwind for Cyclo's side of the field. But there is still a Como-O in reserve on Annie's side. We're going to find out whether or not chat is correct momentarily.
Yeah, it looks like this Annihilate is actually, because of that Make It Rain hitting into it, this Annihilate is most likely going to be able to pick up that KO on the Goldango if it decides to go for the Rage Fist into it, and probably not really worrying too much about the Rillaboom. Rage Fist does indeed connect with the Goldango, knocking it out. Rillaboom snaps out of confusion, knocks off the Mousehold. Mousehold still hangs on.
Yeah, and that's not going to help here, as even though Como-O comes out, I think now Annihilate is in a position to close this out. You're still going to see one more Follow Me out of Mousehold, most likely. Although it does have some health here.
Yep, we see the Como-O come in. Oh man, Cyclos also is in a very good position right now. We might just see Jornadas pull off this comeback and lead us into a match 3.
I gotta say, there's nothing I like more than seeing a Mouse Ape crew try and pull out a big win. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, it's been very exciting seeing what they got going on. I love the variation that we have seen in the VGC team so far.
Yeah, this has been very exciting. It all comes down to this. I need like a button that I can press that does like the I don't know, like a camera movement, like Monday Night Football, you know? one day.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Oh man. The Jornadas team has just been sitting very, very, very still throughout the entirety of this match. Dystoria the Dystoria bench does seem to be a lot more lively, moving around, zooming in on the spectators, zooming in on the match going on. But oh man, this has definitely been a very, very scary match for both, I'm sure. I'm sure both teams are sweating right now.
And here we go. Beat Up does go into Annihilate, making sure that Annihilate is completely boosted here in the end game. Rage Fist connects and Rillaboom falls. Clanging Scales comes out, but Annihilate is fine. And I believe Tailwind, both Grassy Terrain and Tailwind have stopped. So I'm not actually sure who goes first here, but the Assault Vest is still on this Annihilate.
Yep. And the Annihilate does have a massive Rage Fist to be able to hit off now. Como goes for the Protect. They're both down to their last Pokemon. Komo's only chance of being able to pull this off is if it moves faster and picks up a big KO on the Annihilate, because it's not likely that it's going to be able to survive this massively boosted Rage Fist.
I don't think so. This thing's at +5, I believe. Or plus 250 base power.
Yeah, not
There's
sure why
Rage
the
Fist.
Rage Fist comes in, picks up the KO, and Jornadas brings game 2 home.
And there it is. It is now 1-1, correct?
It is 1-1, which means that we do go to a final tiebreaker.
Woo!
Oh man, this has been going crazy. Now, Dystoria picks format for match 3. Oh my goodness. Scan is the manager shouting for singles. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Both down to the wire. I believe in both those last 2 matches, it went down to 2 Pokemon facing off against each other.
Okay, we'll switch up the music for this last match between these two teams. We will go with final.
Ooh, it looks like they have already decided on their players. It is going to be singles. Darzuth representing Dystoria and Rafus XD representing Jornadas. And there is no Pokepaste to share. This is just straight up singles, best of 1. Winner takes all for their team.
Let me see if I can get Nate Plains on. I don't know why they're not showing.
Yep. Dystoria Jornadas went 3-3 in the past 2 matches. Oh man, this is very, very tight. Alright, it looks like they've already chosen their battlers. Darsoth for Dystoria, Rafos for Jornadas, and now they are all in team preview. I'm very excited to see how these matches end up going. Oh man. Alright, I do want to quickly interject that the teams Jollibee Central and Nightshade Cobbled, who were scheduled to begin their match at 2 p.m. EST, did decide that they will be playing their match at at their designated time. So it is unlikely that we will be able to have them show up on the stream this time around, since the CobbleSouls versus Roanoke network is the next one in queue. So we will likely have a referee dispatched to, watch over that match, make sure that everything goes nice and easy over there, while the Roanoke and CobbleSouls match gets scheduled or gets broadcasted next.
I hope your boss doesn't fire you, Taze. I don't know what you did, but, you know. I am very impressed. First of all, the server, I don't think I felt a single blip, which is really nice. And here we are after 6 rounds of a very good VGC, facing off now in an entirely new format. Same team, different battlers. And here it is, Dystoria versus Jornadas.
We see Hisuian Samurott facing down off against the Annihilate. Hisuian Samurott has been a very, very popular Pokemon in the singles format that we have here. Ceaseless Edge being one of the best forms of setting up hazards, as it hits a lot of the tier for neutral damage or super effectively, and sets up that spike, which is very valuable, especially when there aren't, TMs, tutor moves, or egg moves that, expand the amount of hazards that a lot of other Pokemon are usually end up getting. Hisuian Samurott, I believe, is the premier spike setter in this entire format. Annihilate, very, very strong in this format as well. A strong ghost type that has access to close combat. In singles, it doesn't really take off too much with its Rage Fist move, since it does tend to go down a little bit quicker, but we will see if that doesn't end up being the case for Darzoth. Very curious to see how they end up performing in this upcoming match.
We do see the swap, which makes sense, although to another ghost is not what I was predicting. Oh, we see a one-shot on Gholdengo here. Turn 1.
Oh my goodness. I'm not sure what Darzoth was thinking. That maybe he was trying to outpredict his opponent with that, but that Ceaseless Edge sets up the spike, takes out the Gholdengo. Oh man.
Oh no, yeah.
Big move to have happen on turn 1.
I mean, you hate to say it, you hate to think it sometimes, but I've misclicked before. We do see close combat come out against Samurott and take it to 1% on the focus sash. Ceaseless Edge comes out and Annihilate, despite the defense drop, still manages to hold on. That Pokemon is a beast. It will outspeed on this next turn, but we do have 2 stacks of Ceaseless Edge already.
Yep, that Samurott could go for something like Sucker Punch. It does.
Oh,
Darzoth does predict the
well
Sucker
played.
Punch, gets his own Samurott in, and now we're seeing Samurott versus Samurott.
Very nice there. Good recovery. As you said earlier, Novo, this is the kind of thing where, like, even if you have a misplay in singles, you can still sort of come back, whereas in VGC, a little bit tougher.
Yep, you have all 6 of your Pokemon to, maneuver around with. And, there is always that opportunity to come back, just because, you're not having to worry about your Pokemon, being doubled into. Pokemon do tend to, be able to last a lot longer in the VGC format. I mean, in the singles format than it does in VGC, just because of the different levels of damage output that we usually see on a turn-by-turn basis.
You see another Sucker Punch just to get some damage on the board as Ceaseless Edge comes out and finishes off Raku's Samurott.
Yep, so now Darzoth has put spikes down on the field against Jornadas. Both teams have spikes. Jornadas. Oh, we see Meowscarada come in, another very strong Pokemon. We do see it take spikes damage, so it's not running the heavy-duty boots that, is a pretty popular item on the Meow. We see U-Turn come out. Nice move, keeping the initiative with Raffles. Galarian Slowking comes in, takes so much damage. It's already down below half HP. We see the Gholdengo come out, and now this Gholdengo is threatening heavy damage to the opposing team. Slowking isn't really able to touch it. I believe its most popular moves are things like Psychic. I'm not sure if it has Future Sight. I believe it might. Sludge Bomb and Surf, I believe, are the main attacking moves it has. Shadow Ball into the Samurott. Nice play by Darzoth, going into something that resists it.
I'm not as familiar with singles and Hisuian Samurott. Does Hisuian Samurott outspeed a Gholdengo?
Hisuian Samurott, I believe, hits a max speed of 295, while Gholdengo hits a max speed of 293. So if these are both max speed, the Hisuian Samurott does indeed outspeed the Gholdengo. Okay. We see Ceaseless Edge into the Avalugg. Avalugg, a big physical tank. I believe it also does get access to Rapid Spin. It is one of the spinners in this format. Taking that damage, not really too worried about what this Samurott has to do. Well, maybe we see a rapid spin come out here, or perhaps we see Raffles elect to go for something else.
Now, we did see
Samurai-
Darzoth
no-
preserve their spin blocking Annihilate, I believe. So we could see a swap here into something that would be able to counter Avalog as well fairly well, I believe. But we are at two spikes on each side. And as I said, Annihilate comes out, but Crunch predicting it, and Annihilate goes down.
Snap. There
An
goes the
incredible
Annihilate.
play.
I want to quickly add for the viewers that in this format, Hisuian Samurai does not have access to Sacred Sword, so it doesn't really have anything to threaten that Avalug. We see Big Guard come out to put off Assault here. And we do
Rapid
see the
spin
Rapid
does come.
Spin. That means there's no more spikes on Raffles' side.
Still 2 on the other side. And yes, you got to give props to Raffos, because all of their Pokemon so far, I believe, have been shiny. Which is, you'll love to see it. Stealth Rocks set up by the Garganical side. Darzoth setting up Stealth Rocks as Goldango comes in with its air balloon still intact.
Goldango is able to threaten with a big Make It Rain. Garg is known for, taking its hits, but I'm not sure if it has just enough power to take it, or to take a Make It Rain. Rocks go up, we see the Make It Rain go into the Dondozo. Dondozo with the Unaware ability. Now, not that it is too relevant, or it could be. Even though this Goldango is at -1 special attack, because of the the Dondozo's Unaware ability, the Goldango's stat drops for attacking moves don't really factor in, which means that these are going to be neutral Shadow Balls if he elects to go for it. Neutral Make It Rains.
That is important.
Now the Dondozo is named Scan, the Dystoria team manager, so it looks like they have pretty much announced Scan as the Dawn of the server. Let's see if he's able to pull anything off. I'm sure Darzoth feels a lot more pressure to perform well with his team manager being in the actual battle itself now.
Indeed, you don't want to let your manager fall to a Shadow Ball or a Make It Rain. That's not a good look, at least. We do see
We see
Toxapex.
The Bane of Singles. We see Toxapex come in. We see 2 bulky waters that don't do damage to each other on the field. Hopefully we don't see them stay in for a million turns straight.
This is the thing we were most concerned about. Of all the things that we could have run into on the technical side, this could be the worst.
Oh my goodness.
But we do see a swap. Galarian Slowking hits the field again, and Toxapex leaves as well to Meowscarada.
Thank the Lord we don't gotta see that. It did seem like the chat did erupt it, just upset seeing those 2 Pokemon together. I don't think anybody would be happy to see them. We see the knockoff into the Garg. Garg ends up losing its heavy-duty boots. Meowscarada, we already know it's not heavy-duty boots. The next popular items that go with it tend to be stuff like Choice Scarf or the Choice Band. So I'm curious to know if this Meow is locked into knockoff.
That makes this a good offensive opportunity, potentially either way.
Yep, I believe Darz would either be trying to get his Stealth Rock back up or just go for Assault here. Oh, instead he switches out. Samurott comes back in against the Avalug. Now, I think that this Avalug is free to just go for a Recover. It does go for a Recover. There is a Defense drop, which means that if Darzoth keeps going for the Razor Shell, it might not be able to out-heal the damage it takes. We see another Razor Shell go through. Oh no, it's still comfortably taking it. Another Rapid Spin.
Yeah, whereas I feel informed for doubles, this is so beyond me. This is not the format I know.
No worries. No worries. We see a lot of bulky Pokemon that are here on the field. So these are the ones, you usually don't see stuff like Recover taking place that much in your VGC doubles just because there's so much damage output always being threatened. In singles, however, a lot of teams prefer to play with that more, with that more preservative style. Trying to make sure that all of their pieces are together so that they don't end up putting themselves in an unfavorable position against the opponent's team. It's just overall much slower pace. There is, of course, hyper offense and offense playstyles in singles as well, which don't really focus too much on preservation and are just all about doing heavy damage. So I'm curious to see if we will be seeing any of those in the later matches for today.
We do get a Nasty Plot out of this Slowking. So
Slowking does go for Nasty Plot, but it is at risk of taking big damage from the Goldango. A Shadow Ball will still do hefty damage. Slowking G might be able to brush it off because of its great special defense, but it doesn't really threaten the Goldango too much. Maybe it could go for a Big Surf, seeing if it could do some nice damage that way.
I think we did see it eat one Shadow Ball already, and it has slowly been regenerating health here.
I will say I am going to go look into setting up the Jollibee Central and Nightshade Cobbled match. So I am going to quickly mute myself while I get that situated. I will be right back, folks. Vert, this is all for you.
Yes, I will be providing... Oh, it does eat the Shadow Ball. Surf does come out, as Novo said, but only taking Goldango down to about 50%. Importantly, the air balloon has been broken. We have seen that thing come in multiple times unpunished, although right now there's only a Stealth Rock on Raffos' side of the field. Shadow Ball is eaten by Scan, who is still asleep, and has one more turn of sleep potentially still to sit through. I believe rest is a set amount of sleep turns. But yes. And we don't know what the item is on this Goldango, or on any of these Pokemon for the most part, unless it is revealed to us. But Goldango leaves the field, and Meowscarada returns as Dondozo goes for Sleep Talk and Wave Crash. Meowscarada manages to hold on just below 50%. It's not quite in KO range, I don't believe. Not that it's going to matter, because obviously Meowscarada is going to be faster here. Oh, Goldango did have the air balloon. Yes. Thank you. Yes, we did know that. Yeah, I think what we'll do, my best offering to singles battles, unfortunately, is going to be this. Well, not so unfortunately. How often do you get to see a shiny Meowscarada? Slowking comes in, hurt by the spikes, and hit by Flower Trick, manages to survive just barely. 7% on Slowking.
Hello again.
Hello, Slippy.
I've been quiet for quite some time. I got 10 more minutes, but I can provide some insight. That Slowking had Regenerator on it, so every time it switched back in, it had just a little bit more health, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to keep it alive. And this Meowscarada is looking like it's just going to bulldoze through all of his tanks that he has on his team, because for the most part, they're all weak to Meowscarada's coverage. Meowscarada has no reason to switch out.
Yeah, that does seem
Raffos
true.
ends up being victorious, which means Jornadas brings home the entire set.
We do have our first winner for round one, or group one, group A. Can we have the winners potentially sort of step onto the field just for a moment?
Yes, can we have Jornadas come to the middle? They're all here on their side, but wow. Jornadas, it was looking pretty bad from the beginning. You know, there were many moments where it looked like they were just one match away from being knocked or from leaving with 0 points. But through perseverance, they were able to work their way all throughout and end up bringing home 3 points for their team. Dystoria, starting off strong, is sadly going to be leaving with 0 points. However, due to the incredible performances from their early doubles battlers being able to secure at least 1 win, they will be having at least a difference or a match difference of 2 added to their score. So not all is lost with Dystoria.
Certainly not. And an impressive showing. That was an incredible amount of knowledge and skill already placed on display, and an enjoyable match throughout. I wish I understood the last one more.
No worries. So overall, with a 4-3 record, Jornadas takes this match all the way home. Very well played. I will be updating the spreadsheet later on today, but now that the Jornadas and the Dystoria match is over, I've gone ahead and recorded all the scores. We are going to be moving on to 2 matches that are going on simultaneously. We will be seeing Roanoke. Let me just type this in chat as well. Roanoke versus CobbleSouls will begin immediately. Both teams, please be ready. And let me also let everybody know, we will have Jollibee Central and Nightshaded Cobble participating at the same time. Their match won't show up on the stream, but they did elect to have their match happen right now because of some time restrictions with their battlers.
Very reasonable. I think we went almost 3 hours on the first one, so...
Yeah, but that was due to a lot of technical difficulties that we did encounter early on, as well as, you know, a couple of we had to restart the very first match, which had some weird battle bug, but ever since then it has been going smoothly. The teams did pick up the pace when it came to selecting their battlers. So hopefully these next couple matches go on more quickly. Roanoke, let me just check the match times real quick to see what arena they're fighting at.
Yes, there was a Roanoke jump scare. My apologies. We're going to take just a quick moment away. I'm going to... I wonder if I can make the music play. I wanted to share with you all. We're going to have another stream day. I mean, it just has to happen now, and not before, obviously. For a teaser for the next Cobblemon update. It is a teaser. It is not the release or anything like that. But we do have one ready. But for some reason, the sound hasn't been playing for these side movies that we've been playing. So I'm going to withhold that for now, as we, you'll have to show up for the next stream. Oh, and that's how marketing does it.
Yep. So we are going to be moving over to the water arena for the Roanoke versus the CobbleSouls game. And so we are going to be starting with another coin flip to see what the first format is. Vert, let me know when you're ready.
I should be ready. I have my stream all set up with the overlay. I think we're good.
Awesome. I was just trying to see if I could find your player character, but I'm not able to see it right now.
I'm with you.
Oh, gotcha. All right. So let's just get this on the road. Coin flip for Roanoke CobbleSouls commencing. Just typing this all in chat so that the battlers on the server are able to, keep track of things. And now in 3, 2, 1, let's see what format we are starting with. Goldango goes for the flip. All the Roanoke battlers keeping a close eye. And we do see somebody spamming it. Why are you guys spamming it? Don't spam it. Don't spam it. We see singles heads.
A singles battle to start them off. This will be very different and very exciting. And yes, we should take a look around this arena for a moment. As I've said earlier, this map will be available for download at some point, and you'll be able to have your own battles in here.
All right, so I'm going to queue up a battle. So tournament.
I'm going to baton pass to you for a moment. just so you know.
Sounds
So,
perfect. Sounds
yeah.
perfect.
So
All right,
these
so
are
I'm gonna
here.
get both these teams set up. I'm just gonna wait on some confirmation from both teams. So Roanoke and CobbleSouls, are both of you ready? Make sure your teams are all valid in /tournament validate team. Oh man, that Jornadas versus Dystoria match was super cool to watch. Oh man, I had no idea where it was just gonna keep going. For the longest time, I thought it was gonna be Dystoria that was gonna be able to bring the win home, but at the end of the day, it was Jornadas who was able to pull it off. I was very shocked, very surprised. There were just so many situations, or there's so many times where it just looked so dire for them. So big applause for them to be able to move forward. CobbleSouls has informed me that they are now ready. Now we are just waiting for Roanoke to confirm that they're ready. So we do have some people asking how the voting does work. Essentially, what happens is that because we let all the teams decide on who their singles or who their battler is going to be for the match, it's up to the teams to just kind of vote for, or run it. It's a little GUI that opens up, and they have to select the player that they want to represent them. This gives full control of the team to be able to select who ends up going up for the battles. And just pretty much lets them, have their battlers fight in the format that they're most comfortable with. Roanoke has let me know that they're ready. CobbleSouls has said they are ready, so we will be starting up the vote for them. And they chose quickly. We see Arceus and Lyre chosen as the singles battler. Arceus representing Roanoke and Lyre Epic Win representing CobbleSouls. Very interested to see what kind of teams both these people or both of the battlers end up bringing. But right now they are in the team preview. And now, Vert, I'm going to baton pass this to you while I go set up the other team that is about to go down.
Sounds good. Arceus of Roanoke and Lyre Epic Win CobbleSouls. The win is in the name. That's always very daring. I always, that's scary to me, but I like the confidence. And while this gets set up, I don't know if we're going to miss anything, but I'll bring you back if we do. We're just going to do a really quick, I want you guys to pay attention to the mod packs on screen. Just pay attention for a moment. And we're back. I don't know if anybody caught that, but had to do some extra editing there. No sound for the ad. I know. I don't know why. I have no idea why that is. Just one commercial. We're done. Oh, and we are starting here. We have a Cinderace versus an Alolan Ninetales and an early swap, which I assume already in the snow. The snow is in fact falling down. We get an Aurora Veil and a Pyro Ball as Samurott switches in and hits the Cinderace with a Razor Shell. Let's get into our cinematic position here. And now we're waiting to see what Pokemon Arceus will pull out next. Roanoke brings out a shiny Amoonguss to face down the Samurott. The Samurott protected by an Aurora Veil. As Goldango comes in, it's holding up an air balloon and a swap to Dragonite. Shadow Ball hits Dragonite, but the multi-scale is going to absorb most of that hit. Dragon Tail does connect with Goldango, swapping it out and breaking the air balloon and bringing Ninetales back onto the field, which is not what you want to see there if you're a Dragonite. But Extreme Speed is a move that Dragonite gets by Learn Set in Cobblemon and takes out the Ninetales. Huge. Samurott comes back onto the field, probably looking to set up some more hazards. Dragonites come back out, and Amoonguss is back onto the field. We do love that Dragonite model, though. Ceaseless Edge does connect. A little bit of chip off of the Amoonguss Rocky helmet, and Goldango comes back as Dragonite comes back. This time without the protection of the multiscale, but Dragonite could be rocking a Fire Punch, which would be very devastating. Oh, instead we see a Roost back to full health. Shadow Ball again into Dragonite. These battlers are very confident in what they're doing. Dragon Tail comes out again. Goldango is knocked out. Gallade onto the field, not taking any hazard damage. So while these swaps are being forced, it's not actually doing any chip damage into the Pokemon coming onto the field yet. I'm not sure if they're rocking any... Oh, we do see a shiny Netherite Goldango. Big fan. Psycho Cut, however, goes into this Goldango, doing significant damage. Gallade manages to hold on in the from a Shadow Ball from the shiny Goldango and sets up a Swords Dance. But unless it can outspeed here, that's not going to matter very much.
All right, Nightshade and Jollibee have been set up, and they are going to be starting with a singles match as well.
Oh, very nice.
So I'll occasionally drop in a couple of updates whenever something significant happens here, but we are back to mainly commentating over this Roanoke CobbleSouls match.
Sounds good. Gallade does have to switch out, otherwise it would have been removed by this fast Goldango. And Samurott comes in to eat the Shadow Ball, and Goldango comes off the field for Amoonguss again. Another Ceaseless Edge comes out, though, so more spikes are being set still. CobbleSouls is still keeping the pressure on as best as possible. Here comes Volcarona against the Giga-draining Amoonguss, eating that handily. And
yeah, Volcarona, very scary Pokemon. You know, if it starts setting up its quiver dances, it's just one of those Pokemon that are unstoppable.
But
we
shiny
see Fiery
Dundozo
Dance come out, gets the special attack raise.
Oh, and a
Ferrothorn comes in.
Very
nice play on Lyre's side. Very nice to have Ferrothorn on the field. Dondozo can't really touch it because it doesn't have access to body press in this format. No. Both players are playing very fast. That power comes out. Goldango takes massive damage, but we're likely to see a recover come out from that Goldango. Ferrothorn can't really do too much to it, so if it is going for a recover, it's very free to do so. We do see Goldango come right back above 50% HP, going all the way to 62. We see the Gallade come in 15%.
We've seen that.
And the Goldango does Shadow Ball knock it out.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Samurott does come out. Potentially for another Ceaseless Edge. I think we have 2 stacks of spikes on the other side. It might already be 3 though. This must be 3 here. Oh, it misses. Unfortunate.
That would have been some nice chip to also start getting on the Amoonguss. So very unfortunate for Lyre, but Arceus is still, you know, positioning himself very well. Just very, very quick turns, you know. We're seeing a knockout almost every 2-3 turns. This has been very, very fast paced. It looks like Roanoke and the CobbleSouls just don't want to be taking up more time than they need to. Their battlers are just ready to get going.
That is a win in itself at this point, I'm sure. Goldango goes for a nasty
Dragonite
pop.
Come in front of the Dragonite. Dragonite, I believe, does have access to
Fire
Let me
Punch.
just confirm real quick.
I don't know if we have. We didn't see it use it last time. Instead, it roosted. So I'm expecting that this Dragonite doesn't have Fire Punch. So now we see, it seems like this is one of the longest turns actually that we've seen. Now Make It Rain does come out, big Make It Rain connects with Dragonite, Dragon Tail goes in again to swap Goldango out and to remove the boost, which is nice. That's not a bad move. Samurat's pulled back out, who I don't believe is going to outspeed this Dragonite for sure against Extreme Speed, and Samurott falls.
We see the Ferrothorn come out. I'm curious to know if this Dragonite does have Fire Punch. Instead, it opts to go for Roost, trying to get its health back. Let's see, what does the... Ferrothorn goes for a Gyro Ball, doing big damage, stab, and because Ferrothorn is just so naturally slow, Gyro Ball does do immense damage. So that Dragonite's Roost wasn't really able to recover too much for it. We see it switch out for the Amoonguss. Another Gyro Ball comes out. And now we're seeing two of OU's favorite grass types facing off against each other. Not really able to touch each other that much, but we do see Dondozo come in. Ferrothorn is starting to go for Curse, which is going to power up its Gyro Ball due to the attack raise, and also because of the speed drop, Gyro Ball's power just continues to increase. We see Power Whip come out. Of course, Dondozo's unaware ability negating that +1 boost from the Curse. But I'm not sure if the Dondozo can really do too much itself unless it's, you know, able to also stack up a couple of boosts with, I believe Order Up has been the preferred move.
We haven't seen Dozo do much actually, because in the only battle we've seen him before, he was able to rest, sleep, talk, wave crash, and otherwise he was kind of removed pretty quickly. I don't think we've seen this one do much either, except for soak hits. But I do respect another trainer with all shinies.
Of course. Making sure that they're swagged out for the matches. We're already all the way up on turn 20 or on turn 30.
I was just about to say that, yeah. It moves so fast in singles.
Yeah, this has been super fast. We see
second
Ferrothorn just continue stacking up Curse. Interesting because Dondozo still ignores those boosts. And, you know, I think even if you get all the way to the lowest speed possible, that Gyro Ball doesn't have enough power points to be able to pick up any sort of KOs against the Dondozo. And just because of its naturally low speed, it's just going to be low base power moves. So I'm not sure if we're just going to have to see some sort of slugfest go down. But this Ferrothorn setup, I'm not sure if Arceus is able to take it out, but at the same time, Ferrothorn doesn't look like it's going to be doing too much damage, you know? Gyro Ball is one of those moves that only has 8 power points, and I believe we've already seen it used 3 times, meaning that there just isn't going to be that many opportunities for it to dish out big hits. We see the Dragonite come in and go down to the Gyro Ball.
Big Gyro Ball there. That's a nice turnaround here, because that Dragonite had been coming in to soak many hits. And it wasn't worried about the rocks either, so that was nice.
Yeah, maybe the Dragonite had something like Hurricane, maybe it had something like Thunder Wave, and it was just trying to find another way to cripple the Ferrothorn, or they were probably just looking for a nice free switch.
That does lead me to believe that that Dragonite maybe did have Fire Punch and just was holding off before.
Now, I'm just curious what Arceus is going to have to be able to, you know, do damage to this Ferrothorn.
Agreed. This is a dangerous one. And because of the lack of coverage moves, there are Pokemon like Dragonite that get access to the punch moves, and there are some like Tyranitar that get access to the Fang moves, but in general, it's very hard to come across good coverage moves, and this Arceus's Cinderace is already down. Yeah, I do find it very interesting because this is completely different than all of the battling I've ever done. And I just noticed that my player character was just standing in midair. It's just awkward, so we fix it.
Yeah, Arceus is just waiting to see, just still deciding to make a move. We do see the Diggersby come out, a physical attacker. It looks like he just might not have options to break through this Ferrothorn unless it's able to hit or make some big hits come through.
Earthquake does come out, but not enough. And Gyro Ball.
And that got Gyro
finishes
Ball
off.
does pick up the KO. Oh man, if I'm on I would be very concerned if I'm on the Roanoke team right now.
There was a lot of talk in chat
Just
as
not
Roanoke
sure.
showed up. So,
Ooh,
yeah.
okay. The Goldango comes out, and Goldango is a Pokemon that resists both Power Whip and Gyro Ball. It could go for recovers and set up nasty plots. Assuming that it does have that.
Ooh.
Oh, but that Gyro Ball is just doing way too much.
Too powerful.
Oh man.
Those boosts coming in handy here.
Yeah, but you know, you do have to just remember, you know, that is going to run out of power points eventually. So we have to see if he's going to be able to, if he's going to have enough to, you know, Gyro Ball his way through the entire team, or if it's eventually going to come down to just some power whips being thrown around. But oh man, very, very surprising. Peachad mentioned in the chat that one of the first Pokemon that looks like it's going to be setting up a sweep. Maybe it's too early to call it, maybe not, is a Ferrothorn. It's, you know, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, very unlikely Pokemon to be, you know, picking up so many KOs in a match. Critical hit with the Shadow Ball. Big Shadow Ball, dropping that Ferrothorn down. We'll see if there's anything that is going to be able to, you know, pick up the last 34% of that Ferrothorn, or if it's just going to be able to recover its HP passively with those leftovers. But man, Arceus is just not looking, or not in a good spot right now, facing down against this Ferrothorn.
No, this is impressive. I do like to see this. This is a very interesting and different dynamic. Oh, and now we're in Power Whip range as this Dondozo hits the field. Although, he, as you mentioned, he is unaware, so he's not as scared. Swap back out. Amoonguss takes the Power Whip handily. And
he was trying to make sure that the Ferrothorn go. It took more damage from that Rocky Helmet this entire turn, but it just doesn't really seem. Oh, it's just going for curses now. You know, if Arceus just isn't able to pull off the hits against it, I'm just not sure that there's anything else that he is going to be able to do. Perhaps he's trying to get the Dondozo to soak up any of the Gyro Ball hits. That way, the Amoonguss might have an easier time dealing with it. But man.
Now, what's the play here? Does Dondozo have an ability? Let's say Ferrothorn tries to set up oh, well, apparently not with Aqua Tail missing. That is unfortunate. It does live
big
power.
Big power whip.
But does it have any ability to threaten this Ferrothorn? Any chip here could be valuable, but it is just restoring health with leftovers at this point.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm looking at the Dondozo moveset, but it does seem that Aqua Tail is the only thing that would be doing anything. He has to hope for some sort of crit to come out. Another Gyro Ball wasted, which might be huge in the long run.
The rest does come out, yep.
Yep, I'm going to quickly move over to the Jollibee Nightshade match. It looks like they are also still in their first match.
Aye.
Very interesting things going on over here.
We'll get
but we will get an announcement
soon.
in chat when. Yep, we will get a nice match or update soon in the main chat once that first match concludes.
We are getting a bit of stalling here between Amoonguss and Dondozo, but it's close. This Dondozo is close to going down now, and there should be a little bit of PP left for that Power Whip, unless they're not PP max, which I imagine is possible as well.
Yeah, I think all that they can really do is just pray for an Aqua Tail crit onto the Ferrothorn, because, you know, Aqua Tail can land, but all you're doing is taking recoil damage from the, I mean, not recoil, but Iron Barbs damage, and really just barely chipping it if there isn't any crit involved.
True. Yeah, the Iron Barbs is another thing. Good Goodness. I do love seeing people in chat who are more knowledgeable than me talking about this. Oh, Power Whip misses! And that's also another low PP move. That
I
could be
believe it's
impactful.
at 16.
Oh, is it?
But either way, you know, if either way, this Ferrothorn is still just getting more leftovers recovery. That Dondozo is still just burning sleep turns. You know, it wasn't really able to do too much. The only significant thing that happened that turn was that Ferrothorn was able to restore 6.25% of its HP.
Fair enough. I do respect the stall, but this is this is so different than anything. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't even really say it's a stall match. I think that Arceus is just trying to play to his outs right now, seeing if there's just any wiggle room when it comes to taking down this Ferrothorn.
Gyro Ball comes out and
Gyro Ball.
finishes him off.
Down goes the Dondozo. Amoonguss comes out.
And that's it. There is a forfeit, it looks like.
Yep, Liar Win brings home the first victory.
And CobbleSouls takes the first win here. Congratulations, CobbleSouls. Now, we're going to have a choice from the other team. The losers will pick what format we're going to go to for the next battle, correct, Novo?
Yep, Roanoke is now going to be the team to choose the next format. I do remember seeing a lot of mentions of them, you know, being eager to test out some VGC teams, so we might see something like that. But I do believe that most of their team prefers to stick with the singles format. So who knows what we're going to end up seeing here. And the team assistant, Extreme Eagles, has reached out to me. Roanoke chooses singles, so the second match is going to be another singles round.
Wow, okay.
So game 2 of CobbleSouls versus Roanoke is singles.
I'm gonna put a poll up for the stream. Would you like me to turn on chat in game or not? That'll be the poll. Because we could see it, but it will block some of the screen, and it is probably extremely chaotic, but it could be fun to watch. So I'm gonna just leave it up to you guys. I think I get the feeling that's gonna take it though. I kind of realized right. Oh, maybe not. Oh, it's evening out.
We're going to see. There is a slight technical error in the CobbleSouls Roanoke match, so let me just see if we can get that fixed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't think I've messed with the chat settings since this became a thing. So like, this is pretty cool actually. Width. Kind of just want to limit the width. Okay, that's a little small.
Gotcha. All right. There was a slight error where now both teams are going to have to quickly relog.
How's that? Can you guys see this? Let me also... I'm just going to change my GUI size, so... Actually, no. I'll just put some of my Pokemon away, because they're in the way. There we go. Yeah, great work to both battlers. And there's a lot of pressure here, too. I don't know how many people on these servers have engaged in any sort of tournaments before, so there's a lot there's a lot on the line. And I've been meaning to ask you about this, Novo, but do we have an idea of like sort of server population? Because I do think it's a little bit interesting to consider sort of like the bigger servers versus a smaller server where there's a bigger pool of players potentially on some servers.
Yeah, so when it came to signing up for the tournament, every single team or every single server was basically given the chance to join in. It was a first come first serve, so the size of servers had no impact on whether or not they would join. But we do have a nice amount of every server that you do see here is in the Cobblemon listing, and you can see the player counts if you were to head over there. We have a good amount of big servers. We have some small servers. I believe the biggest one might be Cobblemon Islands participating. I believe that they have a significant amount of player base, and we have, I think, our smallest one. I believe could be Cobblemon Crimson, if I'm not mistaken, at just a little bit under 100 battlers.
Dang. Okay. Yeah. These are
so there is a pretty big size discrepancy between the biggest and the smallest. But this is a tournament where it really just all comes down to
Oh, certainly.
it
I
all
wouldn't
just
expect
comes-
that to limit anybody, but it does seem like it's an interesting underdog thing. It's like when you're dealing with the New York Yankees with an incredible market cap sometimes, and then you look at something else where you're like, oh, well, this team is out of, I don't know. I almost, let's say Winchesterton Fieldville, Iowa, and, they're coming in with 30 players or whatever. It does make for an interesting underdog dynamic almost. Do we have any updates on the other team, or they had to restart, right?
No, the other team is still. Wait, let me just quickly. All right, so Jollibee Central and the Nightshade match is still going on. Their first game has not yet concluded. Roanoke and CobbleSouls, there was just one match where the next battler just accidentally wasn't added to the team, but it should be all good now. Once they relog, they will be all set to continue.
Oh no, I'm gonna be distracted by chat now. I'm just realizing.
No worries.
One
no
more
worries.
thing. Sports ball. So fair. What was the other arena that was taking place?
So the grass arena is currently occupied by Jollibee Central and Nightshade Cobbled. Since they were supposed to go forth today, it was all going to loop back to the grass arena. We will be seeing a different arena be used for Volormon versus let me get the name, Planeta Cobblemon. However, they wanted to wait until the CobbleSouls and Roanoke match was over before starting.
Aye.
Now, if they decide otherwise and do want to start ahead of time, we can definitely do that. It looks like the teams are back in, so I'm going to try running this one more time.
Yes, little Jimmy, the tournament has begun. We've had our first results even, and now we are into
Perfect.
our second battle.
Yep, representing Roanoke, we will be having Pope of Arceus face off against CobbleSouls Just Sanji. Pope of Arceus, a player very notorious for running stall, as well as Just Sanji. We might see a stall versus stall matchup take place here. Let's just see what kind of teams both players are bringing. Hopefully we don't end up seeing a stall versus stall matchup, but if it does, it's fine. We have the Jollibee Central and Nightshade Cobble match going on as well.
Yeah, in terms of total games, we have had 8 stream games played, and this will be 9.
Ooh. We see Hippowdon versus Glamora. You can now start spectating the match. So seeing a Glamora lead on Sanji's side leads me to believe that this might be a more offensively oriented team. You don't really see Glamora on a stall team, so it looks like we are going to just see some faster moves coming in and out. Maybe it's going to be wanting to get its spikes up, maybe get some Stealth Rock Toxic Spikes. We know all of the hazards that Glamora is infamous for setting up on its opponents.
I gotta give props once more. Roanoke, this is actually the first team I've seen with a nickname, I think. Big Slacka. We haven't seen very many. Missed opportunity as far as I'm
the
concerned.
last one, the last one we saw is the Dondozo named Scan.
Oh, you're
But
right.
We do got Big Slacka here. We see Alamola come out against Dracozolt. Oh, so it's definitely not some sort of star vs star matchup because Dracozolt is here. It does have the Sand Rush ability set up by the Hippowdon that Pope brought. So we might be seeing some big Bolt Beaks come out here. We see the Aloe go for Protect. Dracozolt is locked in a Whirlpool, where the Aloe did end up taking a little bit of Sandstorm chip. We'll see how far it goes if the Aloe ends up switching out maybe and gets some its Regenerate Recovery. Aloe does switch out. In comes Glamora. Bolt Beak on the Glamora. Or Dracozolt goes for the Bolt Beak, bringing it down to its Sash. Toxic Spikes go up thanks to the Toxic Debris ability.
Glamora goes down,
We
but
see
Toxic
another
Debris does
blow-
go activated again.
Yep, so now on Roanoke's side, we do see that there is 2 layers of Toxic Spikes, meaning that any Pokemon that comes in and gets affected by them will be getting badly poisoned. The Glamora does end up going down. All it really did was set up those 2 layers, so I'm curious to see if Pope is going to do anything to remove them or if he's able to just play with it.
Now, this is another Pokemon that I'm not super familiar. I knew it was a Sand Rusher, but Dracozolt is one that I haven't messed with very much. So, what would you say? Do you think Scizor stands any chance here? Is this a good matchup, or are they still sort of kind of dancing around this Pokemon?
Scizor should be able to take a hit from the Dracozolt, but it doesn't really threaten it that much offensively. Sorry to interrupt, but we do see that Jollibee Central and Nightshade Cobbled have concluded their first match. We do end up seeing that Gabes ends up taking game 1, meaning Jollibee Central is up 1-0 against Nightshade Cobbled.
And it looks like here, a Fortress is brought in to soak up a first Bullet Punch and return with some Rocky Helmet Chip, which is that's a nice bonus in this situation. And of course, yes, this is a Technician Scizor, I'm sure. But Scizor switches out for Volcarona, threatening Fortress, and Spikes get set up by the Fortress. And again, this is a Pokemon not taking damage from that Sandstorm. Garganical comes out and Quiver Dance comes out on Volcarona. So Volcarona is setting up here in the face of this Garganical, but swaps out, is forced to swap out. Annihilate comes in, eating a Salt Cure. And hurt by the spikes, so we know it's not wearing any boots or anything. Gonna be looking to see whether or not this can counter satisfactorily this Garganical, or whether we'll see a swap. Hippowdon comes in, gets badly poisoned by those toxic spikes, and Close Combat comes out, but Big Slacka eats it up, inviting a defense drop as well for Annihilate. Lots of chip damage going around with Poison and Sandstorm and Salt Cure. We get a heal out of Big Slacka from a Slack Off, and Alomomola is healed up by its Regenerator, I believe. We get a Whirlpool coming out, trapping Hippowdon on the field, I believe, as Scizor switches in. Oh, apologies. While Big Slacka, used Roar. That's what it was. Okay. We get a Swords Dance out of Scizor as Fortress comes back onto the field. And another Swords Dance, setting up for a very big Bullet Punch here. Potentially predicting... Oh, we do get a payback out of Fortress that's doing significant damage. Scizor does have leftovers, meaning it's not boosting its Technician Bullet Punch at all, which could have been even more dangerous potentially. But now we're looking at two Steel types staring at each other. Two match HP positions? I can do that, yeah. But now we do have, yes, a +4 Scizor staring down this team. And any switch that's made by Pope of Arceus that isn't immune to this poison is going to be very dangerous, potentially. We get an X-Scissor into the Fortress, and Fortress returns with another payback, bringing Scizor to 21%. It can't eat another one, and whether or not Fortress can eat another one as well is up in the air. I believe that it would live this next X-Scissor. Putting a lot of pressure onto our CobbleSouls battler. But he doesn't. Fortress goes down, and chip damage from the Rocky Helmet does go onto Scizor, but still is standing at a +4 attack. Goldango comes in, attempting to balance against the Scizor, eats the Bullet Punch, going down to 39%, and a Shadow Ball comes out to finish off Scizor. But making the most out of those boosts makes sense makes sense to me. Actually, I'm just gonna... Goldango comes off the field facing Volcarona as Garganical comes back in. Seemingly... I'm not sure if there are hazards that he was worried about. But Bug Buzz takes him to 73%.
Alright, I have gotten the team sheets from both players, so we will be beginning the doubles match between Nightshade Cobbled and Jollibee Central.
If you want to send those to me on Discord, I'll post them for chat once this battle's over, potentially. But we are now...
Sounds good.
This is high pressure because Roanoke is already down one game, and Pope of Arceus is looking to come up big after removing Scizor. Alomamol is back on the field with a Salt Cure. It used a Wish. Stealth Rocks came out as well onto the Sanji side of the field. Annihilate drops to 23% on switch in, taking another Salt Cure. But the Wish comes true, and Annihilate comes back up to full health with a Salt Cure, while Garganical restores some health as well with its leftovers. So this Annihilate has a boosted Rage Fist, and of course can close combat. If it's looking to stay in here, which it does, with the close combat
comes out.
Big Slacka eats it, and Annihilate drops to 64%. That Salt Cure doing damage.
It is able to. Tang Von Cal eats a Rage Fist from the Annihilate, taking more than 50%. Plus the Sandstorm damage, it will go down to another Rage Fist attack.
Big Slacka goes down instead to the Rage Fist. Ape is threatening here. Threatening big. And chat seems to agree with that. The Bolt Beak comes back onto the field, is poisoned as it comes on. Badly poisoned when it comes on. But we did just see the sand get reset back up. Voltbeak is going to come out first and take down Annihilate. The sand, I know I'm seeing in chat no more sand, but sand was just set back up as a Powdon was sacrificed to that Rage Fist.
Right. There were some slight technical difficulties between Nightshade and Jollibee, but they look like they will be getting their match started, and they do take off. So I will be coming back to the Roanoke match, but first doubles of Jollibee and Nightshade is now underway.
Awesome.
Now back to the match between Sanji and Pope of Arceus.
Now here comes Alola Mola back onto the field facing down Dracozolt. Not something that you particularly want to face off against with it. Voltbeak comes out into the Protect, doing nothing, of course. And Poison Chip is occurring and starting to accrue, as this is a bad poisoning. I got you, Articuno. I understood reading back. I forgot that there's like a 20-second stream delay. Voltbeak comes out and
he lets the Aloe gets Voltbeak.
Barely stays alive, but falls to sand damage.
Down goes the Aloe.
Dracozolt will faint on the next turn to any amount of chip damage because of that bad poison ramping up.
Yeah, the Sandstorm is up and the Meowscarada is out. I believe if Meowscarada is Choice Scarf, there is a chance that it does outspeed the Dracozolt depending on EVs. So I'm curious to see. It looks like Sanji wants to see if his Meowscarada is indeed going to be outspeeding the Dracozolt. Maybe Pope has another play in the back in case he doesn't feel like risking the potential speed tie. Or not speed tie, but potential discrepancies in speed.
Does anybody in chat know how many Pokemon are left on each side? Because I don't. And I'd love to be able to update us with those numbers. I think Sand has 1 or 2 more turns still.
You know, all of these matches also do provide us a lot of insight on how to make sure that a lot of these get streamlined for the future rounds. You know, everybody that you're seeing here is just, you know, they are the debut matches for this World Cup tournament. So things should be going a lot smoother tomorrow. Hopefully with future editions of the tournament, we can also get more visual aids for the audience that are watching the streams.
Dracozolt does fall to a U-turn, and Volcarona comes in off of the U-turn as Garganacl comes in to counter the Volcarona.
Yep, so that all but confirms that the Meowscarada is running the Choice Scarf item indeed, because it was able to outspeed a Dracozolt in Sand. Ooh, Volcarona going down. We do see that was
big.
Man. That was big. Went down pretty much the same turn. Meowscarada's back out. Can go for big power trick, flower trick. Oh, the guard hangs on with just 1%. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So what do we still have? A Fortress maybe? This is crazy.
Meow goes for another flower trick.
The Salt Cure
Meowscarada
stays
6%.
Oh,
6%. But now Tangrowth is in, and Meow just can't really do too much to this Tangrowth itself. You know, it's locked into Flower Trick, so it probably has to start switch out unless... Oh, it stays in to just get a little bit more extra tip. Knockoff takes out the Meowscarada. Pope of Arceus wins!
That is it. We're going to go to a game 3.
Roanoke Souls to game 3. Incredible, incredible. CobbleSouls chooses round 3 format. Oh my goodness. So that's 2 back-to-back matches where we see it all come down to a game 3. CobbleSouls is now going to be choosing the upcoming format. Oh my goodness. Really down to the wire games we see.
What
here.
a close match, yeah. So you said the other matches in the grass arena?
Yes, in Grass Arena, it's Jollibee Central versus Nightshade.
So if I go Hexo Demon, does that bring me over there? Oh, cool. We're just going to get a quick look at this VGC match going on right now. Oh my goodness, there's 2 Pokemon asleep on one side. Hexo Demon is facing down Sneasler and Clodsire with their own Pelipper and Overquill both asleep. And hopefully you guys, yeah, you can see this. I just had the thing up. I wish I could see. Oh, okay, I can. Toady.
Yep, VGC does not have any sort of sleep clause.
Nope. And you can see that
Yep,
Pelipper
so
just chilling over there. Look at him, just sitting on the ground, having a grand old time, grand old nap. Nightshade Cobbled is looking in a good position. Of course, we haven't actually followed with this match. We have no idea what the real situation is. But we saw a Destiny Bond come out already, and a few Yawns, it seems, are what have been... Oh, actually, a Dire Claw is what put the Pelipper to sleep. Very...
Yep, we do know that Jollibee Central did take the first singles match home.
Okay.
So right now, this is the first doubles match that we're waiting to see how it ends up concluding. But depending on... It looks like based off of just the chat itself and seeing the situation that Nightshade is in, if Jollibee is able to secure this match, that means that the next one could potentially be the last match of the format or of the of this encounter between these teams. Now, for the Roanoke and CobbleSouls, I am just waiting on them to confirm the last format.
Yep. We'll be swapping over to make sure we finish up that series and then hopefully get back here for game 3 if we have one, I suppose, over here. But Clodsire is such a tanky Pokemon here. Overquill manages to stay alive to a Metal Claw, while Dragonite's Hurricane takes Sneasler to 4%. We do get a hit into Dragonite to remove its multi-scale, but all in all, that's a pretty good turn for Hexodemon, considering how this has been going.
All right, it looks like CobbleSouls has chosen doubles to finish off the Roanoke and CobbleSouls match.
Exciting. We'll be checking in with that in a moment. As over here, Dragonite's Extreme Speed brings down Sneasler on Nightshade Cobble's team, and in return, Clodsire removes Overquill. So I believe, unless we've missed anything, Jollibee is either down to their last Pokemon or their last 2 Pokemon. And we see Primarina come out. Oh, that is a strong counter to that Dragonite. That could be hard to put a dent in, that Primarina at this point for this Dragonite, although it could have Thunder Punch. It's unlikely, but it could have Thunder Punch. Samurott is setting up with a Swords Dance, which is smart in this situation, I would argue. It's got to do something here to be able to stand up to this Primarina and Clodsire. But Moonblast comes out and removes Dragonite. A Yawn from Clodsire fails because there's already a poison on Samurott. And this match, Jollibee is in trouble for this match. But I believe that they had the first win for this round, so even if they go down here, this wouldn't end this match. Even if they lose this battle, it wouldn't end this match. And that is the end of the first round, I believe, of the VGC match between Jollibee and Nightshade Cobbled.
Cody ends up bringing the match home, meaning that Nightshade Cobbled is in. They ended up beating Hexodemon for the current game to end up going 1-0. Let's see if Toady is going to be able to wrap it up, or if Hexo is going to be able to pull off game 2 to force this down to a game 3.
Very, very exciting. We're going to try and check back in, but for now, we're going to go travel back to spectate the last rounds of our Roanoke versus CobbleSouls match, if I can do that. Oh, it's not started yet, I guess, so I can't. Vert, can you have an autograph? Where are you? Hold on, I need an anvil, and I need some paper.
All right.
I can't do that.
Both the CobbleSouls and the Roanoke battlers have sent their team sheet in. They have been selected, and they should be in team preview right now. I'm going to send this your way, Vert.
Perfect, thank you. I unfortunately can't place this anvil down. I'm pretty confident. So, no, you can't have an autograph currently. It'll have to be another time. Slash anvil is a thing? I actually didn't know that. No, it's not, you hacker. You tricked me. I can't even throw this piece of paper at you. I'm so sorry. Here, have this. Bang.
Oh man, so we got 2 doubles matches going on simultaneously. We're seeing Toady39 and Hexodemon entering game 2, and back on the Roanoke side for the third match, we do see Mumuff representing Roanoke and Skorgra representing CobbleSouls. So I'm very interested to see. CobbleSouls has been a team that, you know, wasn't the biggest fan of doubles. You know, they would definitely vocalize that. So I'm very surprised to see that they chose it as the final format. So let's see, you know, what kind of tricks they got up their sleeves and why they feel so confident in their doubles match.
I just want to make a note. I'm over here still at the Nightshade cobbled because I couldn't teleport yet. And we're seeing Porygon Z and Clodsire from the Nightshade team. And Porygon Z, for anyone that doesn't know, is the only Pokemon in Cobblemon with the ability to run Trick Room. So this could be a Trick Room setup. And instead we see a massive discharge coming out from Porygon Z. And then a red card dragging out Torkoal. Interesting. If this was in Trick Room, this would be incredible. But obviously, Torkoal not that strong without Trick Room. So we'll see how this plays out. I'm not sure if that's what they wanted yet. But a very interesting strategy. We do get a Quiver Dance from the Rabombi. Torkoal does fall immediately to a Razor Shell from Samurott. Dazzling Gleam does come out from the Rabombi. And Porygon Z is back onto the field, facing down a low health Samurott, a 1% Samurott, and a mid-tier health Rabombi. Alright, we're going to go see how the last rounds of our...
It looks like the match between Skorgra and Mumuff has begun. Tournament spectate. We see Goldango Talonflame facing off against Clefairy and Volcarona. Now, Clefairy is a Pokemon that is brought over Clefable many times in VGC because it does get the ability Friend Guard, which reduces incoming damage. I believe it, instead of taking 100%, it drops it down to 3/4 of what a Pokemon should normally take, if I'm not mistaken. It can also be holding the Eviolite item. Let me check out the team sheet to confirm that. And yes, it is a... Oh, this Clefairy is actually running Magic Guard instead of Friend Guard, which is interesting.
I think we had like a weird thing happen there, but we're on the right spectating now. I'm pretty sure it mixed to the battles somehow, but now we're good.
Oh, did you forget to leave the last battle when you
Yeah, and it like did half and half, I think. It was really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Turn 1 comes out, though.
Yeah,
Oh, wait. I'm seeing weird stuff.
Clefairy takes that Brave Bird. Ooh, goes down turn 1 to a Goldango Make It Rain and Talonflame Brave Bird combination. But the Volcarona goes for a Heat Wave, chips the Talonflame, and takes out the Goldango. Wow. So both teams ended up dropping a Mon.
Always impressive if you can take out a Clefairy on turn 1.
Yep, we see the Alola Ninetales come out for Mumuff, and we see the Primarina come out for Skorgra. Primarina could go for something like I believe it might have access to Hyper Voice, taking advantage of its liquid voice ability. Yes, it would be water type if it decides to go for it. Could go for things like Moonblast, maybe some Icy Wind for the speed control. There's definitely a lot of options on that side.
I'm gonna relog just for everybody because this is a big bug. Just in case anybody's paying attention, I have like chat window. My chat window is the other match, but my Pokemon are this match, which is really interesting.
Oh yeah, you got to make sure that you leave the spectating for whatever match you're in when you hop in between those two.
This is the wrong photo, but I'm gonna show you guys the photo. Let's see. I should have a photo for this as well. We have Roanoke versus CobbleSouls. Boom. Obviously, it's not 0-0, it's 1-1. But we'll be back in just a moment. Seeing if a relog fixes my heinous spectating mistakes.
It should.
It didn't. Oh no.
Oh, it didn't end up fixing
No.
it for you?
Nope.
All right, if you hit Y to open up the screen, do you see that little leave button at the bottom left?
Yeah, yep.
All right, hit
I
them
have.
as many times as you can.
No, I have a few times.
Oh,
But
Toady
that
has
match-
defeated Hexo Demon, meaning that Nightshade bring it back. Toady makes it 1-1 for Nightshade, Cobbled, and Jollibee Central. Another game going all the way down to the third match.
Very impressive stuff. We might have to watch that one because I can't watch this one. Actually, because
Did you leave all the spectator screens?
Yeah. But because that one's over, it looks like now I might be good. Yeah. I think we're good.
Perfect. So just try running the spectate command again for the Roanoke side.
Yep, I'm here. So, it looks like Moomoff of Roanoke has set up an Aurora Veil, and Primarina's Hyper Voice took down Talonflame, a spread. I'm sure that it's using Liquid Voice hidden ability there. But thank you for being here, Articuno. Appreciate your commentary, and everybody else who's been here. We're still having a good time. I hope you guys are. Volcarona and Primarina are facing down against Amoonguss and Alolan Ninetales. A Freeze Dry comes out onto Primarina, but it's going to eat it okay. 32% damage. It is a very specially bulky Pokemon, and Heat Wave from Volcarona brings both Pokemon down, followed up by... Is that going to be... Oh, it's an Icy Wind. Taking down the Alolan Ninetales and bringing Amoonguss below 50 for a moment before Citrus Berry takes it back up with a burn. And Volcarona's asleep. That's a big spore, actually, right there. It's a very big spore. But I don't know. I think Moomoff has lost a Goldango as well, so that should be down. They're down to their last two Pokemon here. But of course, because we're in VGC now, this is going to be a best of 3 to determine who wins this set of 3. So while this first match matters, it won't end anything. We will have at least one more match between these battlers. Oh, and this is actually the last Pokemon for them. An Amoonguss stands against the world, putting to sleep the Primarina, and now potentially has free reign to Giga Drain if it's running it.
Just a quick update on the Nightshade and Jollibee. The Jollibee Central team has decided to go for doubles as the final match. Their last battler will be Piggy McNade. Ooh, we see Scoregra.
Yep, there it is. A wake up and an immediate removal of that Amoonguss. So we do get a first round win for CobbleSouls in this best of 3 VGC match. And this will determine... Go on. Take
if Scoregra ends up winning it, that means that CobbleSouls end up being triumphant over Roanoke, one of the tournament favorites. So if CobbleSouls is able to pull off this win, it puts them in a really, really incredible position moving forward throughout the group stages. Roanoke, they still got the chance to, tie up the match and bring it down to a game 3. But man, all of these matches are just as tense as they can be. Right now, we're just waiting on Nightshade Cobble to select their battler and send team.
When you get those, please send me any team sheets you get as well.
Of course.
All right, let's put up another poll. Let's see what you guys think is going to happen here as we go into this round.
Man, I can't believe that every single match, every single game that we've seen has really all just been coming down to the wire. This is the, every team just not wanting to go down easily, going out with a fight, making sure that they play all to their outs.
It has
And
been very
now the
impressive.
burnt stick 12 is 13 is going to be the next battler for Nightshade Cobbled. I have just sent you both teams. Let me.
Beautiful.
There you go. There's both teams right there. And now I am going to start up another doubles match between Nightshade Cobbled and Jollibee Central.
Roanoke's hopes are now riding on Moomoff. I'm very excited to see who here can prove their resilience and prove their skill in battle in the Cobblemon World Cup 2025 premiere. Day 1, opening day of this grand tournament, taking place in the builds and the world that you will one day be able to explore by yourself as a download built by the Cobblemon build team. And here we are starting right now. The shiny Volcarona of Skorgra and Clefairy versus Talonflame and Dragonite of Moomoff. Now, I would say in this position, there's a little bit of an advantage here for Moomoff on the start because we're going to have that Gale Wings, and we have a lot more threats going on from Moomoff's side on this turn 1. You don't know what Dragonite's going to do, although you could see maybe an unexpected Moonblast from that Clefairy into Dragonite. With multi-scale, even then, I don't think it would be enough to really be worth it. So here you could try and set up with Volcarona, but at the same time, you're not looking at like a long-term being able to hang on right there. So Skorgra might be on the back foot right here on the lead. Hey, watch it. Notlux plays. And as I said, Volcarona switches out for Primarina. This is a fantastic play as far as I'm concerned. We get an Extreme Speed into Clefairy. Extreme Speed being faster than Follow Me is crazy, by the way. Clefairy this time holds on after a Brave Bird and Extreme Speed into it. Talonflame takes some recoil. There's no burn, and Primarina is now on the field to do a spread attack on this next turn. That could be quite powerful. It would break multiscale and definitely mess with Talonflame. So now there's a choice here. Gale Wings is over. This Talonflame is being threatened with being KO'd for sure. So whether or not this Talonflame uses Tailwind here could certainly define the game, but it will faint pretty likely if it does.
I'll be rejoining you now at this Roanoke CobbleSouls match. Just had to make sure Nightshade and Jollibee started up, but they will begin the first match of their set.
Nice. Very nice. And this is how we expect a lot of the tournament to be going, I think, is with concurrent battles, and hopefully we can get more creators. I'm sure I believe there's at least one other creator live watching this, but we do see Extreme Speed come out from the Dragonite, and Brave Bird into Primarina is enough. That means that Clefairy didn't go for Follow Me, not expecting that damage. A Life Dew comes out. That's not going to do it.
All it does is restore the Clefairy. It looks like he was hoping to get his Talonflame back up. I mean, his Primarina back up, but it wasn't, massive shift. Wasn't there to take any.
That's a big loss for that Primarina, which is an answer for both of these Pokemon. And now Komo-o is very close in speed to this Dragonite, and it will come down to investment most likely for these two Pokemon. Who will go first? However, Talonflame, I believe, could outspeed both and set Tailwind, giving Dragonite the first move here. So this Clefairy's Follow Me still is very important. But not against Extreme Speed, which is going to go first. Brave Bird comes out as well. Just staying on the offensive here. I suppose there's no reason not to. Clangorous Soul comes out, and Como is going to be boosted. The Omni Boost, likely. I haven't seen this team sheet. There is no Throat Spray on this Como-o. I do have the team sheet. I just haven't seen it. And let me post those for you guys now.
Now, there is going to be one more set of matches that follow the CobbleSouls and Roanoke. We will be seeing Planeta Cobblemon versus Volormon. So let's see how all of these matches do. Oh, go for it.
I was just going to say, it may not be on the mainstream. Unfortunately, I allotted time to be up until around now. So I do need to let my girlfriend use the Wi-Fi at some point for for school. But we will be back. And I'm going to post the team sheets for the other teams as well, since I have them. Let's see. Here we go.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I was checking out Planeta Cobblemon's Discord. They are getting all of their members into a stream themselves.
Nice.
It is a Latin server, so I do believe that they're choosing the Spanish/Portuguese commentary.
I'm gonna interrupt you for a moment, just because that Dragonite and Talonflame managed to take out 2 more Pokemon here with the same combination of moves. Brave Bird and Extreme Speed, crushing into the Clefairy and Como respectively. And here we are. Volcarona is the only Pokemon left facing down this Dragonite and Talonflame. That was a very, very dominant performance by Moomoff. And these Pokemon, they had options. This match here was offensive pressure, but they had options to do many other things. And so I see why Scoregrid did what they did. It makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, this person, Moomoff, basically just called their bluff and kept pushing. And there it is. An incredible win.
Unbelievable. Another game. It goes down to the very last match. Scoregroup versus Moomoff. Winner takes all. Oh my goodness.
Very exciting stuff. And you can see the chat popping off. Roanoke and CobbleSouls for the final grudge match here. It's 1-1 on match points, and it's 1-1 in this VGC Battle of 3. Now, I did put up a poll, and let's see. Right now, the poll says 55% Roanoke and 45% Souls. I'm not sure if Souls are in the chat here representing, but if you are, you want to click that button. You know, I'm sure polls. So far, the polls have been correct twice, so.
Yeah,
but Roanoke
insane.
pulling ahead further in the polls.
The very same situation that happened with Jornadas and Dystoria, where it came down to the very last match. We're gonna be seeing that in Roanoke versus CobbleSouls. I'm very shocked that all of our matches have come down this far, you know, but it just goes to show the quality of the battlers, the fighting spirit that they all have. Very happy, very excited to see that all of these battlers are just giving it their all, and that no team is making itself look like a pushover in this tournament. You have to respect every single one of your opponents, because you never know when they're gonna end up, you know, getting the upper hand on you, being able to take control of a match that you might have been a little bit too confident for, or maybe a little bit too nervous about. Everybody has their chances to come out successful in this tournament.
Well said. Yeah, and these teams right here, I do believe that there's a lot that could change.
The burnt
Oh,
Piggy ends up taking match 1 over the burnt stick. Jollibee Central
has a 1-0 lead in their VGC best of 3, and that is also a 1-1 tie in match points, correct?
No. So that was the first match in their set, meaning that they are currently 1-0. If Piggy pulls off another win, then that means that Jollibee Central ends up bringing home all 3 points. So it's going to be up to Burnt Stick to be able to pull off a win to make sure that they go down to a game 3. Ooh, but they're quick. They already chose their battlers, and they are now in team preview. Nightshade and Jollibee Central are moving fast, and it's surprising. You know, both of these teams look like they might be ending at the exact same time, which is very nice to see.
I gotta say, for Roanoke right now, I'm seeing like a lot of confidence out of Unflappable, perhaps, this Moomoff character, and also seems to have his own Mr. Miyagi, a little bit of a scantily clad Mr. Miyagi, but you know, some sort of father figure, perhaps, and a wise old bird as well. Where is the representation right on CobbleSouls? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm wondering. Where's the CobbleSouls representation? Get your team in your corner.
You got Liar right there, standing right behind Scoregra. Oh my goodness. Both of these next matches could potentially be games, or this Mummoff Skorgra is going to end the Roanoke set, the Roanoke CobbleSouls set, and then we could potentially see the Nightshade Cobbled and Jollibee Central match also come to a conclusion if Piggy McBacon 9 ends up taking the win over the Burnt Stick.
Let's just mention quickly that Piggy McBacon 9 deserves to win anything as far as I'm concerned. With that name, that's a fan favorite as far as, like, if I've ever heard one.
Who wouldn't want to cheer for somebody with a name like that?
It's a name that just fits. It rolls off the tongue, first of all, obviously. But I just want to take a moment to point out that while it may not be the best matchup into this team, this matchup here, we still haven't seen the Mousehold Annihilate, and there's a lot left to be shown between these two teams. I do think that the Alone Ninetales Dragonite and Talonflame core is really scary out of Moomoff. And having that Primarina seems to be like the key Pokemon potentially for this win, I would say. So we're going to be looking to see whether you can protect that Primarina a little bit better, because actually if that Clefairy had Follow Mead instead of Life Dude on that last battle, we could have seen an entirely different battle if we see Liquid Voice, and then we potentially also see a follow-up if it can sustain through another Extreme Speed, that Primarina. Then you also see a Moonblast into that Dragonite. That's not going to go the same. But we are ready, and we're underway for this Game 3.
Begins. The final between Roanoke and CobbleSouls has begun. We see Dragonite Talonflame on Roanoke's side, and we see Annihilate Clefairy on Skorgra's side, CobbleSouls' side.
So that Talonflame Dragonite back in the same spot they were last game, but this time it is really still important to note that they don't have to go for that same moves. They can pressure offensively, or they could set up the Tailwind. There's a lot of options here, and this is a head game here. This first turn can be extremely impactful.
Yeah, Mummoff saw just how powerful that combo of Extreme Speed Brave Bird was. And looks to just lead off, no nonsense here for him. Just straight up going for the raw attack power. That is a choice banded Dragonite, by the way. Dragonite, I believe, coming with a 135 base attack and Extreme Speed being an 80 base power move. It's going to be big damage into the Clefairy. We might also see another move be chosen. Maybe in Mummoff's head, he doesn't want the Annihilate to start getting any Rage Fist accumulations going off, and maybe double targets it, trying to hit it with maybe something like a Brave Bird and an Outrage potentially. Now, the Follow Me on the Clefairy does mean that it could just try to redirect all the attacks and have the Annihilate sit next to it. But this Annihilate, it wouldn't really be able to do much in terms of setting up. Because in Cobblemon it doesn't have access to moves like Bulk Up, doesn't have things like Taunt. So if it does go for any sort of attacking move, that Rage Fist really does seem to be the only one that could do anything significant. And even then, it's only coming off of 50 base power in turn 1.
I do expect the Extreme Speed to come out of this Dragonite again. I get the feeling that this Pokemon is being used as a bit of a wall with its multi-scale. We see Goldango come in, which is a nice move. If you're not going to go for the Tailwind, it makes a lot of sense to me. And I was thinking, Follow Me might not be the move. But Final Gambit comes out and removes Dragonite. A huge play, a massive play. Incredible. That is such a hype move coming out. The Final Gambit comes out, and any Pokemon with less HP than that Annihilate is going to perish. A very strong response from Skorgra, knowing that he just didn't have an answer for that Dragonite. And now
I need to interrupt really quick. The Burnt Stick 13 brings it back for Jollibee Central and Nightshade Cobbled, meaning that they will be getting a final match 3, also going all the way down to the wire.
Let's go. That's awesome. And here we see Amoonguss come onto the field with Goldango on Moomoff's side, and Skorgra has Clefairy Volcarona, which was their lead on the last battle. And it's not a bad set here. Volcarona isn't in danger on this turn, other than Spore, so we're looking for that Clefairy to help out And we're looking for Volcarona to be able to put a dent or remove this Goldango. And both Pokemon on Moomoff's side of the field are weak to this fire. We see Make It Rain come out and remove Clefairy. It wasn't going for the Follow Me. Goldango removed in one turn on the Heat Wave.
Snap.
And Amoonguss eats its Citrus Berry to return to 56% health. But a Volcarona goes to sleep again.
It spores the Volcarona.
This is how we saw. This is exactly what happened on the first battle, and now we're looking at 2 Pokemon left on both sides of the field, I believe. So, Talonflame, Amoonguss, and this Talonflame is importantly still in Gale Wing's territory, so it has a big play to make here.
Yep, it could go for the Brave Bird, just trying to get Volcarona completely off the field, but it has to worry about being potentially one-hit KO'd by the opposing Primarina.
Indeed, and
Primarina
go on.
Does look like it can get off some big damage. Could also maybe opt for speed control in Icy Wind, trying to also chip away at the Amoonguss. We see the Talonflame go for Tailwind. We see the Amoonguss spore the Primarina. Oh my goodness. The Tailwind boost with Talonflame let the Amoonguss outspeed the Primarina, completely neutralizing both of the Pokemon on the field.
Is that a
Primarina
max
is
speed
guaranteed to be
Amoonguss?
sleeping. It's
That's
under
so
the
fast.
Tailwind now.
Oh, yes, yep, good, well said. Volcarona goes down. Talonflame does take some chip, losing its Gale Wings. And Primarina importantly wakes up Hyper Voices and takes out Talonflame. The one-turn sleep.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that
my
is
goodness.
incredibly clutch. And if it still if it has an ice move here, this Amoonguss is in trouble. Wow. I thought it would have been over right there, honestly. But with that wake up, a massive Hyper Voice takes out the Talonflame, and now it's Primarina versus Amoonguss. If you can't take out Amoonguss, then Amoonguss can put the Spore on, and this still could go either way.
Yep, this is an AV Primarina, so honestly, just looking at the matchup though, it looks like Momoff probably is going to be able to bring this home. Primarina isn't really going to be able to hit it with anything except Icy Winds on the Amoonguss. Amoonguss is going to be able to, of course, sleep it. It's going to be able to Giga Drain it. So if I'm Momoff right now, I feel like I could definitely take this all the way home.
Indeed, and it does still have that Tailwind, so it's looking like a Spore and a Giga Drain could lock this up. An incredible last turn, though, there to keep this game very close. And he goes for the Giga Drain. That could have been a massive mistake. We see an Icy Wind, which is going to also lower the speed, importantly. That could be enough to allow Primarina to go first this turn. That Spore, not using Spore there, could have lost this game.
Yeah, we're about to see if that Icy Wind is going to make a huge difference.
Oh, it all comes down to this. This is the moment we live for in Cobblemon battles. The Cobblemon World Cup, the opening day, the nerves, the pride of your server, Moomoff, Scoregra, CobbleSouls, Roanoke, and Icy Wind comes out and removes Amoonguss. CobbleSouls takes the win. An incredible finish.
Takes all 3 points.
An incredible finish.
Oh my goodness. Definitely a major upset victory in the tournament. Roanoke, of course, being one of the favorites, not only leaving with a couple match wins under their belt, but sadly no points to them. CobbleSouls pulling off the tremendous win in the final match, giving them the 3 points and putting them comfortably at the top of the group. Incredible scenes between both of these teams. Now, currently, we're also seeing the the Jollibee Central and Nightshade Cobble match. The very final battle is going over.
I'm heading over there. Piggy McBacon versus the Burnt Stick 13. Como falls. It looks like I'm looking at Como just fainting. Oh, maybe it's catching up. Ninetales and Aegislash from Jollibee's side of the field with Piggy McBacon at the helm, facing off against the Burnt Stick, who is running a 20% Salamence right now and a 50% Talonflame. It is snowing. It just became snow, and I'm trying to figure out whether there's speed control on either side of the field. As far as I can tell, no. Ninetales takes a big flare blitz, and both Talonflame and Salamence fall to a blizzard from Ninetales.
Oh my goodness.
A massive, massive turn right there.
Yep. It's
Aegislash
Torkoal. Oh, we
tried
see
to Iron
Torkoal Lilligant. A very deadly combination. The snow is no longer there, meaning the Alolan Ninetales is no longer going to have 100% accurate blizzards, and that Aegislash is definitely threatened by any fire move that Torkoal might have.
Agreed. No, this is not a safe position for Piggy McBacon. Especially being a pig, you don't want to be seeing that big eruption potentially coming your ways from a massive Torkoal. However,
Definitely not. It is something that you have to fear.
we expect here, though, that Lilligant can remove Ninetales potentially before it's going to be sped up in the sun with its chlorophyll ability, I assume. I'm not entirely sure that's what it's running, but I assume that's what's the case. And that means that Ninetales is most likely to be removed unless they decide that they have something that can counter this Aegislash, but I don't believe Lilligant has that. So we're looking to take down Ninetales and then with Torkoal put some big damage into Aegislash. It might have to be a Heat Wave, because we can't expect a big Iron Head or Shadow Sneak to come out of that Aegislash and lower its HP before it can get Eruption off. It also does have access to Protect, so a Protect isn't a terrible move this turn, depending on what is in the back for Piggy McBacon, which we don't really know. We see After You, and we see After You Eruption, double KO.
Oh my
I didn't know it knew that
goodness.
move. That's incredible.
Double KOs on both sides of the field. Burn Stick wins it for
That's it. The After You Torkoal Eruption is enough to put Piggy McBacon in the fryer, and everybody's celebrating.
Goodness.
Well, I'm sorry. Jollibee Central, an incredible match, I'm sure, and everything that I've seen from them was fantastic, but the win goes to Nightshade Cobbled.
Absolutely insane that every single match we've seen today has gone down to the very final game. Incredible. We saw that Blizzard pick up a two KOs in that same turn, but it just flipped the script immediately when the sun got set up and that After You Eruption came out. Insane. We can see the Jollibee Central and the Nightshade teams all in their own sides. They seem to be, communicating with each other here in the stands. But what an incredible set between both of these teams. Insane, you guys. Insane.
That was a very incredible matchup. Thank you for the smiley face, Esiona.
Oh my goodness. Now, there is one last encounter between teams here. It is going to be Planeta Cobblemon and the Volormon server. You mentioned that you might have to head out, so I'm not sure if that one's going to be available on this stream.
I'm gonna stick around for at least the first round. We'll see how long it goes. I got another 40 minutes, I would say.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Whew.
All right, now
Wow.
let me just broadcast Planeta Cobblemon versus Volormon will take place. This is the final arena that we get to showcase.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, is this in the main arena?
No, this is going to be taking place in the Fire Arena.
Oh, okay.
Main arena is reserved for the final matches.
That's what I thought. Okay, I was just wasn't sure.
Oh my goodness. Dude, this has been absolutely insane.
This has been all very wild and very exciting matches. I hope that we have managed to communicate that excitement. I know for me at least, these last couple of VGC ones, whenever I get to see those, it is extremely hype for me. The singles, I have no idea who's going to win, so it's not, I can't really follow as well. However, for this, I'm like, yeah, I see that. That's incredible, and these plays, I'm really impressed just with how much strategy has gone in. Not that I would expect less, but yes. Very, very fun, very exciting, and this is only day one.
Indeed.
Oh.
Now, Vert, we have our very last coin flip of the tournament. Let me TP you here too.
Yeah, please do.
This is going to determine the format for this. That didn't count because it wasn't a referee officiated, Guillermo. -1 point. Are you ready, Vert, for the very last coin flip of today?
I'm ready. Hit it.
3, 2, 1, and let the referee flip.
What do you say, Golden Boy?
Game 1 will be
Heads.
singles.
A singles battle.
We're
Let's
going to
get-
be seeing a singles match opening up the tournament. It looks like our developer Neo has finally rejoined. I do just want to give him another shout out. He did develop the tournament mod that we are using for the server. Absolute legend, you know, being able to implement things like clauses, team preview, these teams that are able to like battle, and you know, automatically like adding the spectate commands and such. Thank you to Neo. We also do have a replay mod known as the Cobblemon Tool side mod developed by Complacency on Roanoke Dev. We have been using that to both have teams import their teams through PokePaste URLs and collect the replays of the matches that have passed by.
Yeah, it is very cool. The tech there.
But all right, let me start getting these teams kicked off. Tournament, start battle. Volormon, Planeta Cobblemon, singles, and they will be doing this in the fire arena. And now we're gonna go ahead and let them choose their first battlers. Oh
and
man,
these light rays are even cooler. I'm gonna save my replay actually really quick, so we're gonna go to a quick. We'll just watch the CWC trailer.
trying to invade the field right now. -1 point. Let's see, let me make sure everybody here. Yep, looks perfect, looks good to go. Now, the battlers are in team preview, just deciding on what they want their first move to make. So, very excited to see what kind of teams we see brought by these folks. Oh my goodness, these have been intense. I'm so happy that we got to see all of these matches go down to the very last moment. I'm sure that for the server communities getting to watch their battlers, you know, represent them, it was all very, very exciting stuff to see, you know,
Agreed.
having them on the edge of their seats.
There were some, I mean, yeah, just some incredible matches, and you can see the pride on the lines, in fact, in the stream chat. And we're off with a double Goldango lead here with Planeta Cobblemon, headed up by Gabzenbot, and Volormon, headed up by Onion Smoothie. Not usually my first choice, but hey.
Oh man, the Goldango, Mr. OU right here for the Cobblemon World Cup formats. We see the Samurai come in on a Shadow Ball. Very nice move by Onion Smoothie, going into a resisted mon and now threatening a nice hefty ceaseless edge into the opposing team. Oh, they're playing quick. Avalug comes in, ceaseless edge comes out. Avalug, of course, you know, one of the best spinners in the OU format right now for us. You know, if you're just used to Showdown, it's probably nice to see that Avalug is here, you know, getting its chance to shine. Not something that you really see in standard play. We see the Goldango come in, blocking the rapid spin. Very nice play by Onion Smoothie. Makes it rain on the Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn takes 40% from that. Insane. Goldango switches out with the eject pack, keeping the momentum on Onion's side. So
I like
Onion
that.
has the spike up. He's been chipping down the team, and now he gets to decide what comes in against this Ferrothorn. Crazy.
Yeah, that's
Very
a very
nicely
nice
played so
strategy I
far.
like there. I don't think I've ever seen that. I assume that's just a singles thing, but like that's insane to think of a Goldango rocking a jetpack. And now he's sitting with this decision. No matter what he chooses, almost, this is going, or Onion Smoothie, whatever they choose, It seems like they'll probably be outspeeding this Ferrothorn, who is already a little bit damaged, and spikes have been set up and were unable to be removed on Planeta Cobblemon's side of the field, so it does feel as if Volormon has a little bit of an early bit of momentum here. And Volcarona is the choice to counter this Ferrothorn, which it certainly does. Ferrothorn, of course, only having one weakness, and that is to fire. So Volcarona, a very fast Pokemon, or at least a faster Pokemon, is threatening immediately. So do you predict the switch and use Quiver Dance, or what are we going to see? We see the Quiver Dance. Garganacl comes in taking damage, and Volcarona is boosted up. Now, this is not something that you leave Volcarona in usually, so we will see the switch to Glamora, eating a Salt Cure, and dropping Toxic Debris. So we leave now a set of spikes and a set of toxic spikes on Planeta Cobblemon's side of the field. Primarina coming in and gets poisoned.
Folks,
and
I have to interrupt. Pause the battle, please. Somebody in the audience did correctly point out that Onion Smoothie currently does have an illegal team brought to the tournament. The eject pack item isn't in the Cobblemon, or isn't currently obtainable in base Cobblemon, so that isn't a valid item to bring to the battle right now.
Should I be?
Let me mention this in chat.
I don't think Throat Spray has a crafting recipe either. Which we've
Let
seen.
me look this. No, throw spray is obtainable in the game. I just double checked over here. Eject pack is not in Cobblemon, thus not a legal held item. Oh man, thank you to the viewer who ended up catching that. I will be stopping the battle, and here. I'm going to contact both of the team referees to see how they want to proceed with this.
Oh. Well, it was a strong start to this battle, but it seems like we're going to have a little bit of chaos here. As our first rules have been broken, other than the cursing that happened in chat earlier.
Yep, this does seem to also be an oversight in our tournament setting, just because eject pack seems to have gotten through. I'm just going to be confirming through all of this really quick. Config. Let me just make sure, because if this is just an error on our end, it would result in a restart between both teams, because, you know, we did say if the team is valid through the validator, it is legal to bring. So just give you a little bit of time to see what's going on over here. Sorry about that, folks. So even though the eject pack item is in Cobblemon, it isn't actually obtainable, thus is not a legal item. The tournament thing here also, or the showdown also validates, or I mean doesn't have it there, but we do have it here. Let me just reach out.
Can I I don't want to mess anything up, but my understanding is that Throat Spray is not available. And it's not on the drop sheet, and it's not craftable. So I'm not certain where the information of Throat Spray being craftable is.
Ooh, I will go ahead and double check that as well. If so, we might have to see how those end up affecting the previous matches.
Yeah, eject pack and Throat Spray should be in similar categories, I believe, but of course this is up to discretion of the format.
Got you. All right, it should be updated now to where eject pack isn't legal for future battles or passing the validator. Both teams, it seems that Volormon has agreed to replace the item. Now, okay, we will be starting this back up soon, but apologies for that, folks. As soon as both teams are ready. All right, both teams are ready. All right, sorry for the viewers for this downtime that we have in the opening match. Thankfully, we were able to catch this very early on in the 7th, or just on turn 7. One of the players claims that throat spray is apparently obtainable in one of the loot drops or in one of these structures. 2 players are confirming that throat spray is indeed structure loot. One says it's from the deep dark.
Cool. If so, that's great. I have not seen that. But somebody else just confirmed in chat that because I'm sure there are add-ons that add that as well. So I'm not sure if people are talking about modded environments, but in main, I personally have never seen throat spray, and I've played a lot of hours of Cobblemon. I'm not saying I'm infallible. I could definitely be wrong, but I have not seen it obtainable.
All right, Volormon and Planeta is going to be resuming their match. For this very moment, we are going to look into the throat spray a little bit more later down the line, but for right now, we're just going to keep picking up with Volormon and Planeta Cobblemon.
Sounds good. So, how many people in chat have been here since the beginning of this stream? I'm very curious. Raise your hand if you're in chat and you were here for the first battle, and we are getting underway.
Match. Yep, the match has begun. Let me just pull these guys off real quick. We definitely need a better way to get these ghost Pokemon out, but it's all fine. /tournament, spectate. Alright, we see the Hisuian Samurott lead off against the Dragapult. Huge U-turn, bringing the Hisuian Samurott all the way down to 10%, while the Ceaseless Edge misses against the Garganacl. Ooh, very tough for Onion Smoothie. We see the Glamora come in, facing off now against the Ferrothorn.
Thank you, Kozuno. I thought so.
All right, we're right back. We're right back to this match. Just doing.
We see a spiky shield. Oh, and Glamora comes off the field because Gholdengo isn't about to make contact with this Pokemon, and we see a substitute come out for Gholdengo as Volcarona hits the field to counter this ghostly steel Pokemon. And we see the Garganacl. We're back to where we were before. A fiery dance comes out, and this is almost exactly the situation with a little bit of a different lead-in, of course, as we landed on in the last game. Gholdengo comes out.
Yep.
Facing a Stealth Rock. Feel free to take over from me. Don't you worry. I can't do singles very well.
No worries. This Garg able to set up the Stealth Rocks on Onion's side. Able to either throw. I don't think it's going to want to stay in to Salt Cure the Gholdengo, because Gholdengo can, of course, hit it with a very heavy Make It Rain. So we'll most likely see Gabzin switch out his Garganacl.
Now, of course, that switch up on the first attempt of this battle will shake things up, but it in no means defines this set. Of course, it changes things. It leaves a little bit of knowledge that they wouldn't have had about the team beforehand. But now we're in a spot where it's still
the
going
guard
to be...
stays in to secure the gold while the gold goes to set up its nasty plot. Oh, that gold isn't taking any salt cure damage, which means that it is running the covert cloak item.
Oh, very
and
nice.
now this is a +2 gold dango staring down Gabzenbot right now, able to do some heavy damage. I believe that the only move, no, Garg doesn't even want to risk taking a Make It Rain right now.
That's really interesting. I didn't even know Covert Cloak did that. And I think that's because Garganical isn't really seen in doubles very often. Oh, and the defense drop. Not nothing.
Ooh, yeah, this Fairthorn is not going to be able to take another hit.
That's a very nice turn.
It does indeed go down.
We've seen
and
those.
Dragapult comes in.
We've seen those Ferrothorns wreck before. And now it's Ghost against Ghost. I hope you're still having fun with me, Novo. This has been an epic
No,
day.
don't worry. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. Definitely a little shy because of a couple of the road bumps that we ran into. But of course, you know, this is still day one.
Oh, it happens.
There is still going to be a lot of smoothing that we're able to do. We're definitely going to be much more prepared for tomorrow. Ooh, the Phantom Force picking up the KO on the Glamora.
I like that sacrifice, though, getting the toxic debris activated. In terms of things, you know, that's one of the better things you could do while sacrificing a Pokemon. Volcarona goes
Volcarona did get Quiver Dance, but I don't know if it's going to be able to do anything against the Garganacl. It doesn't want to get Salt Cured. Goldango just always a reliable switch into the Garganacl. Regardless of if it goes for Salt Cures, it just eats it and doesn't really worry about anything. Make It Rain comes out, bringing the Garganacl all the way down. Earthquake comes out, big hit, bringing Goldango down to 29%. Both of these players exchange big hits. Garg definitely going down within the next move, and the Goldango, you know, unless it goes for a recover or something, is most likely going to be staying below 30% HP now.
I'm very impressed with Volormon Onion Smoothie's resilience here. It can be very like shaky, you know, when you have to like restart something because either you made a mistake or you committed a violation. Either way, those kinds of things can get in your head, and it seems like this person is still playing strong.
Yes, indeed. They go for the Make It Rain to finish off the Garganacl. I think that means the Goldango is currently sitting at -2, so whatever comes in after should be relatively safe.
I think you're right. Question is, what's left to shake this Pokemon? I believe Dragapult's still alive, but are you going to commit to that?
Yes. You can still go for some heavy Phantom Forces. Do we remember what came in against the previous Phantom Force? I think it was a Glamora just immediately getting taken down.
Yep.
Yes, Glamora went down to it.
Yeah. It feels like a Dragapult here is a very powerful counter, and whether or not Onion Smoothie has much to counter it as well is, I always think of Dragapult as one of the scariest Pokemons in singles, because you just, how are you going to outspeed it?
Yep, sitting at a nice mighty 421 base speed. In terms of OU relevance, it is the fastest OU Pokemon. I believe the only other Pokemon that outspeeded but don't really get too much use are like Ninjask and Electrode. There might be a couple other ones, but Dragapult, you know, sitting nicely at its incredible speeds here.
And there it is. It does get poisoned on entry. Now, this is a little bit of
Yeah,
a
so
different
it's not
situation.
running heavy duty boots, which is another very common item on Dragapult. When it's not running heavy duty boots, it usually means that it's running a choice specs item. But here in Cobblemon, it does tend to like its physical set a lot more. So it could be something like choice band. We do see the dragon darts come out. Oh yeah, and we saw the Phantom Force earlier, so it definitely isn't choice specs. It might be a choice banded Dragapult. I was shocked that it took down the Glimnora from its HP at the range it was at. So I'm guessing that it is choice band. Ditto comes out
There's
to
the
copy
Ditto.
the Dragapult. Yep. Ditto's favorite item to run is Choice Scarf, so it's highly likely that it's going to go ahead and outspeed the opposing Dragapult. Ooh, we see the Primarina come in. Dragon Darts eats it up, and most likely Onion Smoothie is going to have to switch out of his Ditto, since it's most likely locked into Dragon Darts, giving Primarina an absolutely free turn to take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good counter there. See Samurott come out and die to stones. Oh no. Wait, can that happen in singles? I actually didn't know that. That you could have a feint and then have no Pokemon on the field. I don't think I've ever seen that. Okay.
Yeah, a Pokemon can feed to the hazards that come in, but sometimes this is sometimes a really like preferable position to be in, because if you have what's known as conserving the sack for singles, it means that you're able to just kind of throw away a Pokemon in an effort to gain momentum. So even if it's useless, sitting at like 1% HP, too slow against any of the opposition, just the nature of it being able to switch in and die is all you really need it to do in order to regain momentum.
That does make sense, yeah. I see Fire Dance put a pin in Primarina, removing it from the field. And now, what's going to happen here? We still have to deal with that Dragapult. I'm not sure what else is in reserve. Did we see that Ferrothorn in this turn, in this game?
I believe that the Ferrothorn, I believe that it's still alive. I haven't. Let me quickly go through the logs.
Dragon Darts comes out and takes down.
Oh no,
Volormon.
the Ferrothorn fainted earlier to two Dango Shadow Balls.
Okay, so now we have Dragonite versus Dragapult. Not an enviable position, and this might be it for Onion Smoothie, and that is in fact it. Planeta Cobblemon takes the first game. Now, Volormon will have to
Volormon.
Take it.
Yeah, Volormon chooses game 2 or game 2 format. Oh man! After the shakeup from that very first match, I do feel kind of bad for Onion Smoothie, not being able to use the Throat Spray, depending on just how pivotal that item is, or how critical that item was for his team. We will see what Volormon ends up choosing next. Their manager is asking for just a little bit of time to decide, or talk with his team and decide what comes up after.
Apologies, I was checking on something, pinging in Discord.
No worries.
Yeah, it's tough, but it does happen in competition. And while you never want to plan for it and you never hope that it happens to you, it is something that can't be avoided. And I honestly think that Onion Smoothie did a good job of pivoting in what they had to do, but also in just coming to terms or making amends with whatever happened there and trying their best in that situation. That's what it seemed like from the face of it. And that there were a lot of plays there that seemed to go their way, and then some that just didn't, and that Dragapult turned out to be a little bit insurmountable in the end.
Volormon has gone ahead and decided that match 2 will be singles. So I will go ahead
try
and
to
start
just
letting.
stick this out then. I will try and we'll finish this match on stream.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm curious to see who both teams decide to send out for the next match. Planeta Cobblemon 1-0 up against Volormon.
All right. So, since there are people that have been here, I'm going to take a moment while they decide for this next match who's going to be battling. I'm going to take a moment with you all, and we are going to do something fun. I am going to have to... How do I do this? There's got to be a way for me to do this. I think I can do it. We're going to try playing a teaser for you all, because you've been here all day. I just think that you deserve it. So give me one moment, and we're going to see if I can pull this off, and whether we're going to have actual sound.
I do want to let you know that they have chosen their battles and they are in team preview.
Oh, well then we'll
up
do
to
it
you
after
whether
this
you want to
match.
show the match.
We'll do it after this match. I just
Sorry.
might have you pause them if need be. It won't take long. It's only like a minute long, the teaser. But after this match, then we'll get the teaser.
Sounds good. Sounds good. We can play the teaser and then we'll catch everybody up on what's going on in the battle. That way, we don't have people hanging much longer than they're hoping to hang around for.
Yeah, I don't think
because they are still in the team preview menu, so we'll see what ends up going on here.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take very long when we do it after this.
Okay,
I
sounds
doubt
good.
they'll
Sounds
beat
good.
me.
It sounds
So.
good.
No, I think I'll stall. I'm playing stall too. I'm learning all these things about single battles today. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just thinking like Wish, Alola Mola, stuff like that. Maybe a good old
Alright,
Blissey.
sounds
Is that stall?
Yes, it is. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Chat
Don't pay
telling me
attention to the Noob Life President 50 thing. That is a random match that was occurring outside of the current ongoing one.
Oh, okay. Try to keep chat to English. I will potentially. I guess you guys are from there. I can't moderate.
The match has begun. We see a Galvantula lead facing off against Glamora. Two of the very popular leads in this format. Galvantula usually gets off its sticky web, but instead it opts to go for discharge. Glamora just wanted to start setting up hazards. It makes sense that Rafa didn't want to end up going for the sticky webs because Glamora would have just been able to mortal spin them away anyways. So right now, we have to see if he opts to just go for another discharge or if he wants to just risk it and try to get his webs up as soon as possible. Oftentimes, sticky web teams almost entirely depend on the webs itself. If you aren't able to get them up, it puts you at an immediate disadvantage from the very beginning. It's one of those play styles that you just need to have that entry hazard laid up. We see another discharge and we see a power gem go off. Wow. Okay, Galvantula it's focus sashed right now, meaning that it was able to survive that power gem hit, but pretty much this next turn, we see another discharge come out. Stealth Rock was set up by that Glamora, its contributions to the battle, as well as bringing the Galvantula to 1%. But now, if Dr. Avi has a priority move, this Galvantula is not going to be able to set up its sticky webs. Now, another thing that could be happening is that the Galvantula is just here on its own merit. Maybe it isn't a sticky web team, and I could have predicted it incorrectly. Because of the focus sash, it does lead me to believe, though, that it was supposed to be a suicide lead. So we'll see here. We'll see here if Dr. Avi has priority to prevent the sticky web from going up. Oh, but instead he brings out Ferrothorn. So we can see if Rafa decides to go for chip or to just set up sticky web. Sticky web does go up. Ferrothorn starts setting up curses. Ooh, I wonder if he's just trying to finish up the match right now as soon as possible.
I do like that play in the face of something that has been causing you problems. You just turn it around.
Oh, man. Let's see if this ends up being greedy trying to go for the Ferrothorn suite super early on.
Definitely.
But
could
this
be.
Galvantula is probably going to go for something like a Bug Buzz to get some chip off on the Ferrothorn. Could potentially lower its def. Let's see. It continues to set up the curses, not really caring if the Bug Buzz ends up dropping its special defense. So it looks like Dr. Avi is going all in for it already in just the first 5 turns. Thunder Wave comes out, paralyzing it, and the Ferrothorn is not able to move due to the paralysis. Oh man. It is restoring health through the leftovers, but right now Rafa's just going for the Bug Buzz spam. Gyro Ball comes out, knocking out the Galvantula, and now we're gonna see what Rafa has in the back.
Seems like a great suicide lead there, if that's what it was, because that seemed to get a lot of value as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if there's any.
Took out the Glamora, got up the Sticky Web, paralyzed Ferrothorn, and chipped it down 30%. So definitely did its job.
Very big.
We see the Goldango come out, a Pokemon that has been able to take on Ferrothorns in the past. This one might be taking a lot of damage from Gyro Ball, depending on just how much bulk investment this Goldango has. Goldango is by far one of the most versatile Pokemon in the singles OU format. It's able to run very bulky defensive sets as well as, on the opposite end, running very offensive Nasty Plot sets. We see the Shadow Ball come out, a Gyro Ball come out, bringing the Goldango below half. So this is a very offensive Goldango. And another Shadow Ball won't be enough to pick up the KO against the Ferrothorn, but the Ferrothorn just needs one Gyro Ball to take it out. He does just go for the Shadow Ball to chip down the Ferrothorn as much as he can, and the Goldango ends up going down on Rafa's side. Now,
I could see playing
Rafa
for paralysis there, but unfortunately no paralysis, and losing that Goldango in the process.
Yep, we now see the Kilowattrel come in, probably going for Hurricane. Oh, it goes for Electro Ball, and it's enough to pick up the Ferrothorn. So that's a big threat off the field. Kilowattrel picking it up. Now that Ferrothorn has also gotten some immense value from that, being able to finish off the Galvantula and take out the Goldango, arguably the most important Pokemon in the singles OU metagame for Cobblemon. We see Dragapult come in. It's not the clear body ability, so it's most likely running Infiltrator, as we do see that its speed does fall to the Sticky Web.
Indeed.
That does mean this Kilowattrel also outspeeds it.
Yes, which is very dangerous. And this is, now we're down 2-2, and this is the least amount of swaps we've seen from any team. So I do expect here to see some different strategies coming out, and there it is. Avalog comes in.
Ooh, looking to just soak up all of the physical damage that comes in. Because this Dragapult is also not running heavy duty boots, that means that it is most likely a Choice Banded set. So Choice Band Dragapult has just been a really popular pick all around throughout the tournament. This Avalok could go for something like an Avalanche, but I doubt that Dr. Avi is going to want to give up his Dragapult to any sort of big damage here. Or maybe he goes for the Dragon Darts chip just to make sure his next Pokemon is able to take out this physically bulky Avalok. They stay in, Dragon Darts hitting, bringing the Avalok down to 25%. Oh, but he recovers all of it off. Even with the crit, it wasn't enough, and Avalok is back in a healthy position.
Yeah, this
very
is definitely
well
a
played
Pokemon
by Rapid.
that I don't see in doubles really very often, so it's very interesting to see it here. And as you've mentioned, a massive Rapid Spinner, a part of the meta there. It's very nice to see it even just stand up to a Dragon Darts Dragapult.
Yep, we do see the Avalok go for a recover. Really good job at making sure that his side of the field is at the healthiest shape possible to switch into any future attacks. Now, curious to see what Rafa is going to have for this Volcarona. Maybe he goes back into the Kilowattrel. Try to hit some big Hurricanes off. We'll see.
We also haven't seen anything, I don't think, that could remove the Sticky Web from that side of the field. So it looks like it's going to be sticking with that for the whole match. However, this Volcarona doesn't seem to be affected by that. I'm not familiar with Sticky Webs either, so.
Yeah, so this Volcarona is basically guaranteed to be holding the heavy duty boots item, which is why it didn't get affected by the Sticky Web. It is Volcarona's most popular item because it doesn't appreciate moving or switching into Stealth Rocks. Because of course it would take 50% of its HP if it switches
Yes.
in, taking all of that damage. So heavy duty boots is almost mandatory on Volcarona sets.
That makes sense.
Ooh, so Dr. Avi starts going for the Quiver Dance to set up, and Avalok stays in, going for a crunch, which is definitely a very interesting play, but it's risking getting burned itself, and that doesn't really phase Volcarona in any sort of way. He could just start going for another boost, and if he goes for another boost, it's very likely that that Dr. Avi could, start cleaning up a lot of things. Another crunch goes through.
Endures at 1% on the crit Fiery Dance, though. That's a...
Yep.
That's impactful.
Avalok's sturdy ability coming in clutch. We see it go down to the Fiery Dance. Now, with the Fiery Dance, it got another boost. So this is +2 special attack. Oh, but he had the Hisuian Samurai in the back. Depending on the EVs and if this Samurai is Choice Scarfed, we could see an interesting dynamic play out. If this is max speed +1 Volcarona, though, I do believe it outspeeds Hisuian Samurai even with the Choice Scarf. So very curious to see what they're going for here. Dr. Avi could also be, of course, predicting the Sucker Punch play, and maybe just start setting up more Quiver Dances, but that would, of course, mean that Rafa is at risk of getting Flame Body burned on his Hisuian Samurai. It does go for the Sucker Punch, and it takes out the Volcarona, but it burns Hisuian Samurai, having all of its future physical attacks for the remainder of the match. Oh, man.
This is a tight one. I believe that they're both at 3 Pokemon. I could have miscounted at some point. It's something that we hopefully will be able to prove on, but this is a tight one. Planeta Cobblemon on the cusp of victory, though.
Oh, we see the Hisuian Samurai on that side come in affected by the sticky web, leading me to believe that this could be potentially a Choice Scarf on it, or another popular item is Black Glasses / Mystic Water. A lot of these games come down to also just how observant you are of your opponent's teams, even though it might not be the most, we see Swords Dance start going up.
And that burn definitely helping out over here.
Yeah, Rafa went for a Ceaseless Edge, but I'm not sure if that was a play. Rafa encoring Dr. Avi into Swords Dance, just shutting down all of his attempts immediately. And because Rafa's Samurai is going to be faster, that Samu on Mr. Avi's side is never going to get a chance to move past it. But he does switch out into Meow. He's still locked into the Swords Dance move, meaning that this Meowscarada is free to go for something like a U-turn or Flower Trick.
Oh, and I will update the score on the stream. It is 1-0 in favor of Planeta Cobblemon.
We see the Hisuian Samurai switch out. Dragapult comes in, gets affected by a sticky web. U-turn comes out. Very nice play by Rafa, knowing that if the Samurai stayed in, he'd still be able to pick up the KO with the U-turn. And now momentum just shifts right back, and Rafa's just in a very strong position.
Now, do you think that a Ceaseless Edge gets a KO here against this this Dragapult, even with the burn?
For sure. Dragapult doesn't really, at 50%, it's just not really going to be taking any of these dark type hits. Samurai, it is Ceaseless Edge boosted by the sharpness, also stab boost. So regardless of the burn, this Dragapult would definitely go down. It could also go down to a Sucker Punch, maybe even that, depending on the EV spread on it. We do see Samurai go for the Ceaseless Edge and takes out the Dragapult.
This is looking dire for Volormon now.
It does. I think his last Pokemon... Oh, no, he also has his own Meowscarada in the back. Oh, but it's also affected by the sticky web. So I believe this Samurai is still faster unless this Meowscarada was holding a Choice Scarf. If it's holding a Choice Scarf, it should be faster.
You mentioned earlier that potentially that Ferrothorn cursing and allowing Electro Web to go up could matter, and it seems like it might have.
I mean, that sticky web was going to be going up no matter what, just based off of the speed tie. I guess that Dr. Avi just simply didn't really have anything for it. Goes for the sucker punch, play roughs into Rafa's Samurai to pick up the KO. Now, because of the sucker punch, we don't know if the item on the Meowscarada has been revealed yet. We see Kilowattrel come in. Now this Masquerada is a fairy type, so it wouldn't be super. Oh, it goes for the discharge anyway. Picks up. I think that the only Pokemon left on Dr. Avi's side is the Samu. And if this Samurott, it can't go for Swords Dance. It goes for the Sucker
Powerful
Punch.
Sucker Punch though.
Meowscarada comes in, and I think that with the Flower Trick here, Planeta Cobblemon is going to end up being able to bring this home, unless there's another Pokemon in the back for Dr. Avi, but I believe that this is his very last Pokemon.
I think you might be right.
Let's see. Sucker Punches Meow, not quite enough. Out comes Flower Trick. Guaranteed critical hits. And Rafa has won it for Planeta Cobblemon. And that concludes all of the matches for today, folks. Planeta Cobblemon being the first team to just have a 2-0 victory. There is going to be no match 3, or there is going to be no match 3. Planeta Cobblemon in just 2 singles matches was able to bring it all home, and the fastest set that we've had all day long.
For sure.
Well played.
Yes. And once again, it's about resilience sometimes, and sometimes that's what you got. I think still that Volormon played very well there, and I expect to see them further on in the tournament. We will still nobody that has lost today is done. We will still see them again, and a fantastic job to all of our trainers today. And thank you to everyone who has joined us here. And since there is no game 3. Novo, do you have anything that you want to say before I kick people out to a teaser and probably end the stream?
I'll just give a quick recap on how today ended. Let me quickly pull up my sheet. So, Jornadas ended up being victorious over Dystoria in a very, very close match. Going down to the very final battle, CobbleSouls ended up being victorious over Roanoke. Also going down to a game 3 match 3 doubles, and Nightshade Cobbled versus Jollibee Central resulted in Nightshade being able to, I believe it was Nightshade that ended up bringing the game. One second, let me just confirm this. I have the match pulled up. One second. Oh wait, I lost my spot on it, but I will confirm right now. Give me 2 seconds. Do you remember the winner of that match?
I totally zoned out. I'm gonna be honest. I'm so sorry.
Nightshade Cobbled was the team that brought home all 3 points in that set. And Planeta Cobblemon bringing back. So the 2 Latin servers, putting on for Latin America, showing that they are going to be very strong in this tournament. Making sure that 6 points in total all came back to those nations. And very exciting matches all around. That's all I really got to say now.
No, that's exactly it.
I gotta get this quick.
I think everybody performed extremely well today, and I hope everybody had as much fun as I did, and seemingly a bunch of people in chat did. So for all of us here today, thank you for joining in for the first day, the opening day of the Cobblemon World Cup 2025. Our first one, but there'll be more. And we'll be back shortly. I don't know exactly what day we will stream again from the main channel, but there will be other creators streaming. Check out the links in the stream description to follow along with the action. And now let me quickly see if I can turn you guys out to a little teaser that has not yet been seen for Cobblemon 1.7. Now, you'd think if I was really good at this, I would finish my monologue as it started, but unfortunately that isn't the case. So what we're gonna do is
no worries. Just remember, there's gonna be another 4 matches going on tomorrow. We will be updating in case there isn't a stream, we will be updating in the CWC 2025 channel. Vert, while you set up, I'm going to just quickly list the matches happening
Oh.
tomorrow.
Okay.
This is all Eastern Standard. Crafted Explorers versus Cobble 2 at 11:30. Poke Explorer versus EV Empire at 2 p.m. Cobblemon Rivals versus Poke Clash at 3 p.m. And Squirtle Squad MC versus Tropomon at 4 p.m. So if you're interested in any of those matches, just know that tomorrow's when they're going to be going on.
Fantastic. All right, everybody. This will do it for stream. You won't be able to hear us anymore after I press this button. And we will see you very shortly. So enjoy, and let's pray that there's sound. If there isn't sound, I may turn it off. I'm so sorry, but hopefully it'll work. Here we go.
All right, cross them. Vocal Giant is just hearing things. Are they hearing us speak?
Yeah, we'll do. Hold on, we'll try and do it with some sounds. Clop, 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 clop. Come on, be my friend. Oh, you love me! Yay! Okay, and then the coconuts from Monty Python.
Cobblemon 1.7 will be the writing update.
Da 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 da. Introducing Cobblemon 1.7, the writing update.